Maybe it's not happy, but try to make it happy. Try to find some happy in your Thursday. Uh, I know that we are like an hour behind schedule, but I joined Smitty this morning over on Smitty's panel. So I'm just now going live over on my side of the world. What's up, Dax? Good to see you. Hey, KJ. But yeah, better late than never, right? Good morning, Harold, right? Better late than not at all, and all the other things, right? So um, we do have quite a bit. I want to do that. Maybe I want to do. Maybe I do. I want to do that. Okay. Um, Good morning, David. I just now got on, Dax. I literally just went live. Just went live. I was on Smitty's panel this morning, but this is the first time that I've gone live on my page this morning, just now. Good morning, Candy Kiss. Good to see you. Hey, Helen. What's up, Hospice Nurse Shawnee? Hello, Sammy. Hello. It's going really fast. Hey, Slim Shady. What's up, Amanda? Good to see you, Veronica. Hello, Sarah. Mama Dukes. Penny GF. Slim Shady. Good to see everybody. Good morning, Cam. Good morning. Good morning, Stephanie. Good morning, Amy and Taryn and Jen. What's up, Island Boy? Island Boy. Hey, Jeff. How are you? Hey, Auntie Tinker. Good morning, folks. What's up, B Action? You've been looking for me for 3 days. I was on yesterday, Miss Marva, and last night was I did a special evening live yesterday. I had a guy who's a real estate developer down in Lakeland, Florida, who reached out and wanted to have a conversation and join a live to talk about the proposed Project Swan, which is the data center that they're trying to get approved down in the city of Lakeland. So we were on last night. So we were on from like, I don't know, 4:45, 5 o'clock p.m. until maybe 8:30 last night, something like that. If you missed that, you can watch it. You can watch the replay over on YouTube. You can also watch it over on Facebook. And so what I might do is clip a portion of that. How did that go? I mean, I feel like it went very well. The World Cup starts today. It does. It does, in fact, start today. So good morning, Rosalind. Good morning, Letty. So lots to see. How am I feeling? Better than I was. Candy Kiss. Still not 100%, but I'll take the improvement. It was a well, thank you, Harold. TikTok's new format is confusing. I don't know what new format does TikTok have. I don't know a better new format. Thanks, Nahid. Appreciate that. Yeah, so lots to chat about today. And so things that I want to put kind of on the list so that everyone is aware. Give me a second. Appreciate it. I need one more thing. Let me pull this up real quick. There we go. That's what I wanted. Whoop, whoop. Go me. Go me. Okay. So things that I want to chat about today. Good morning, Ronald. How are you? So things that we have to talk about. Not that I want to talk about them. What's up, Carla? But that we have to talk about today. We absolutely have to talk about what is happening in Iran, and we have to talk about the president of the United States saying things like we need to seize Karg Island, and that Iran is going to be hit very, very hard. They changed how to get to my lives. It should just still be, if you're following Miss Margaret, it should still be like in your feed section or in the section for people that you know or follow. It should still be. Mine hasn't changed, but it should still be there. And then if you set your notifications, you should still just be able to see that. Thank you, Conchita. Fake it till you make it. That's what this is today. Right, Melly, your following tab. For whoever you are following, it should appear up there. Yep. Hey, Cheryl. So things that I want to talk about. Lot happening. Oh, thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Okay, so listen to this. Okay, so important stuff. I want to talk to you all about. Did you already discuss the immigration? Yeah, we did, Letty, and I'm going to touch on it again today as well. Yep. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so listen, we have got to talk about. I've got a list, y'all. I made a list because I never talked about the DNC post mortem analysis, which I think I may do. I may touch on today. Hello, Indomoon. So that's over here. But I want to talk about this report from the Post regarding what they're coming in late. The comments are coming in like delayed or twice or whatever. But so let me just say this. So things that I want to talk about. The Post did a report about Trump's medical evaluation and about how he spent 3 hours the other day being evaluated by 22 specialists. But the White House did not want to talk about what specialties those physicians were a part of. Welcome, facts people. Good to see you. So I do want to touch on that today. I also want to talk about, hey, facts folks. Thank you all for coming on in here. Yep, 22 specialists, Carol. So I do want to talk about that today. I also want to talk about this report from the Times that they've released ahead of the book that a couple of their journalists are writing about the e-files and the White House and all of those things, right? So I appreciate all of you guys that are coming over from Facts. I appreciate you guys for liking, sharing, following, and popping in, and I appreciate that, okay? So I do want to talk about that. Appreciate you. Hey, Dana, good to see you. So that's also on the list. So let me just go through what I have written down so far. I jotted it down so fast. I was like, what the hell did I try to write? Okay, so the report on the President of the United States Health and the 22 specialists, right? That one. Number 2, the New York Times article around the e-files, right? Number 3, Iran. That is something that we have to talk about today. 4, I may or may not get to the DNC post-mortem, and I'm okay if that's the only thing that I don't get to. Hey, Laverne, good to see you. The Elizabeth Warren report on Doge. I kind of want to touch on that a little bit. And I also have to, need to close my window. Hold on one second, you guys. Y'all hear that? Let me close my window real quick. I was trying to let a little fresh air come in before it gets super duper hot. And yeah, they weren't cooperating. No, Moji. I'm a good fresh air girl. And hey, everybody, welcome, Facts people. Thank you guys for joining. So I wanted to kind of go over that. But I would be remiss if I also didn't have to say that we have to stop and take a moment and evaluate what happened in the Carmelo Anthony case down in Texas, along with the Voting Rights Act, along with just the sentiment around that. And so it's one of the reasons why I have the background that I have, because this background is the graphic is applicable on so many different levels today. And so we're going to talk about all of those different things. Okay. One of the things that I guess the first thing that I will kick things off with, that I will start to talk about is good morning, Mom. Good morning, Stephen. Yeah, the heat is something else. I have no idea what, Angela, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm Angela, I'm not sure what you're referring to when you say send a picture of the stream over the weekend and the kids are going to be. Yeah. Angela, I have no idea what you're talking about. There's comments in the YouTube. I have no idea what you're talking about. When you're talking about new songs for, I have no idea what you're talking about. Hey, Octavius. Do I look as confused as I am? Because I am confused. I mean, I was trying to read, so it. So Angela, I'm not sure what you're trying to communicate. You said everything is good. Have a great day at work today and tomorrow. I will be there in a few minutes. I don't know what that means. I don't know where you will be in a few minutes. And then you say, don't forget to send you a picture of the stream over the weekend. I don't know what stream you're talking about. I literally, I don't, maybe, you said something, money on the dash. Okay, I'm going to assume. This is what I'm going to assume. I'm going to, yep, Angela is voice texting to the wrong, and it's picking up on YouTube. Angela, girl. Angela, girl. Your voice to text is getting picked up on YouTube, and your whole shit is just being put in the chat. Because when she said something, did you have a good day? Right, fuck, and the money on the dash. I don't know what she's talking about, but girl, go back and delete them comments because somebody can see your whole conversation. I was so confused, y'all. I was like, what you mean? What do you mean? Oh, that I needed that chuckle, by the way, because I was like, what? Because I was like, I know you're not coming here, because okay. All right, so here we go. I know, right? So first of all, let me just say this to you, all the folks that are coming over from Facts Still Matter. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys coming over, and Steve sending you this way so that we can have an in-depth chat. I do have quite a few things that are on the list. Good. For us to talk about today. So first things first. And as you all can see, gosh, I can't forget this one either. I cannot forget this one either. Okay, I'm going to have to talk about Israel too, and Section 224 as well. So can somebody give me an update? I know the Armed Services Committee sent the appropriations bill forward. Can anybody tell me where we are with the appropriations bill that was sent forward by the Armed Services Committee? Has it gone on for a vote or no? Do we know? 224 should make everyone nervous. 224 should make everyone nervous, have everyone concerned. And so there's a couple of things that we need to be having conversations with our senators about, right? So one is Section 224 of the appropriations bill. Number two, here I am reading Iran's posts. Number two, also the baby, I made muffins, and then there's cinnamon rolls, and then I got some more Mio to flavor the water. Okay, so if you want berry blast, it's in there, and if you want strawberry lemonade, it's in there to be able to flavor the water. What am I talking about? Hold on. Somebody tell me the name, because I'm going blank really quickly. Somebody tell me the name of the thing that allows the government to spy on us. What's it? Why am I going blank? Fist, fikes, fight. What is it? Because I just went blank. Yeah, FISA. Thank you. Good gosh. Thank you. See, I was like, what in the world? It is crazy that y'all are going, Patriot Act, flock. Yeah, there's a lot of shit, but this specific warrant, this FISA warrant, FISA warrant, is important. Okay, and it has stalled a little bit. It may fail tomorrow. Because of the individual that Trump has nominated. Like, they don't even want this guy to have access to this information. And so I think it's really important that we talk about that as well. Right. There is so much to remember, Z. There is so much to remember. I will be opening up a panel today, but it will not be until I go through, like, if you have something that you want to say in specific, like in reference to one of the specific issues that we're talking about, hip, hip, hooray, request at that time and let me know. Okay. All right. So first things first, it's really important for everyone to understand where we are and what. Oh, damn! I almost forgot Alexi too. Okay, so a couple things that I want to tell you all. So the president of the United States has said that we are going to, quote unquote, tonight hit Iran very, very hardly, and that the only thing that we have to do now is we have to take Kharg Island. And here's what I'm going to say about that. Yeah, not a thing. So y'all, that's boots on the ground. Make no mistake about that. The other things that he is saying just aren't accurate. And so instead of talking about what he's saying, I'm going to say the things that are accurate instead of the things that are not. Okay. So in response to Kharg Island in Iran, which is where the somebody help me and tell me if how hard is it to meet with a senator? You're from Florida. It depends on your senators, to be quite frank. And what it may depend upon is your senator, what section, what district you're in, whether they are in DC at the time, whether you're trying to meet with them in DC or in in one of their local offices, one of those. You guys have too many different conversations going on at the same time. So, yeah, it definitely depends upon your senator. And so what's really important is for us to kind of know what that looks like. So, yeah, the president of the United States has said we're going to hit Iran hard and that we need to, quote unquote, seize Kharg Island. Iran's response has been very succinct, to be quite frank. If you heard me on Smitty's Live this morning, I quoted what Iran said in response, and I will tell you what they said again. So the representative from the National Security Committee for Iran responded back and just said, America has to surrender. He said, Trump only has two choices. Trump must surrender or he must surrender. And I don't think that this is something that a lot of Americans understand about the disposition and about the veracity with which they believe and their convictions are held. And it is something that isn't going to change, right? It's not that they don't do tit for tat. Why am I pushing this BS propaganda from Iran? So just so that we're clear, sharing a statement from a national security council isn't pushing propaganda. It's stating a fact. Now, if you don't like the fact that that's what they said, then that's that. Right? But it is what it is. Okay. Well, and so when you say they can say whatever they want, so can the president of the United States. And he does. So I'm going to give you an example, folks, something that has not happened today. something that has not happened. What has not happened is the United States of America has not snuck hundreds of millions of barrels of oil out of Iran through the Strait of Hormuz since things have begun. That is not something that has occurred, despite what claims have been made. That is not something that has occurred. And so I don't know how many of you all heard that, but it's not true. So, well, I'm going to share with you how I know. You ready? So, it's really important that people understand how it works. Gosh, I still have so much stuff. Okay. All right. So before the war broke out, right, before the end of February, there were about 140 vessels, right, that includes oil tankers and things that were transited through the choke point passage every day, right? And the passage hosts about 20 million barrels per day before the tensions, right? So before the tensions arrived, we had about 20 million barrels a day that were going through. So he's saying that we had 100 million barrels of oil that we just snuck out past Tehran and they don't know anything about it, right? But in order to get 5 days, which is so you do 20 million times 5, that's 5 days, right? So in order to have that happen in terms of the traffic, right, that would amount to approximately 700 ships. So in order to accomplish the thing that the President of the United States claimed, okay, it would have required approximately 700 ships to have come through the Strait of Hormuz, okay? That's not the case. When you look so there are shipping and tracking intelligence, right, companies that actually track that, and so do other foreign governments. So you have to understand that when ships are coming from India and China and the EU and all of those places, they track where their vessels are at all times. They track if those vessels get through or if they don't, right? So when they report that information, now it's not like they all agree. So I'm going to give you like the numbers. So Windward, which is one of those facilities, they said that about 80 commercial ships left the Gulf in the last 5 weeks. Okay, 80. Lloyd's List, which is another one of those tracking companies, they estimate approximately 142 vessels have left those waters since March. And Kepler, right, puts the number at the highest. And it says since the beginning of all of this, 264 ships have transited through. Okay. Now, the thing that's important is that still falls drastically short of the 700 ships that would be required to reach the 100 million barrels that the President of the United States stated. Does that make sense? Everybody's following the math? Are y'all arguing with someone whose point is to distract? So I want you all to understand, Dan's entire purpose is to distract you all from hearing the information. That's his whole purpose, y'all, is to distract. And when you speak back to him, you will help accomplish that purpose. Right. And so, Patriot, that's why I just gave you the 3 different ones that are being tracked. Right. So Windward recorded 80. Lloyd's List is about 142. And then Kepler puts it at 264. Okay. Even at the highest, even at 264, that is drastically lower than the 700 necessary to achieve the claims from the President of the United States. Period. Okay. So it has not happened. And by the way, many of the ships that did pass through the strait have transited with Iranian authorization, right? It doesn't matter. Even if you go with the highest number is still less than a third of the number that would be needed. So follow me, folks. Let me just put this in perspective, okay? I don't care if the number is 80, 142, or 264. If the required number to justify and accurately reflect the claims of the president, right, is 700. So if the number has to be 700 to have a hope in hell of making what he said true, then I don't care if the number is 80, 142, or 264, because at the end of the day, all that matters is the statement that was made by the president isn't accurate and it did not happen. Got it? Good morning, Scotty. Good morning, Audra. Dan, here, I'm going to give you an opportunity because apparently you need some attention. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to join the panel. I sent you an invitation. There's a big square button on the screen that says request. Dan, this is your opportunity. Let's come have a conversation. Come on, Dan. I got a lot of really important things to talk about today. Dan has over 4,000 followers. Dan should be able to be up here on this panel with no problems whatsoever. Good morning, Packard. Dan, this is your opportunity, and this is important. Let me tell y'all something about how I run this space. If you're going to sit in the comments and pop off that mouth, you are absolutely entitled to your opinion. What I am going to do is I'm going to require you, especially when your opinion is not accurate and your opinion is misinformation and disinformation. I'm going to ask you to either get up on the panel and have a fact-based discussion with me about your opinion, or you will eventually be muted. Not because, I don't like people who don't agree with me. No, it's because you don't know how to get up and have an actual conversation. And I don't believe that you have a real intention, a real desire to have a good conversation. So where did Dan go? So Moz, let me be clear. If Dan doesn't join this panel in the next 60 seconds and Dan goes to chat again, then Dan can be muted. Don't block him, but mute him, because that way he can still listen and learn. He just can't say shit. Okay? That's what we're going to do. Okay? Appreciate you. All right. So again, just to run the numbers, what has not happened, okay, 100 million barrels of oil has not been snuck through the Strait of Hormuz, right, by the United States of America in the last 5 weeks or since this started in March. That has not occurred. How do we know that hasn't occurred? Because in order to reach that level, 100 million barrels, you would have to have 5 days, right, of 20 million and a total of around 700 ships. Okay, 700 ships. And the thing is no matter which reporting agency you use, there are 3 that they quote. None of them come close. The highest estimate is 260 some. So less than a third of what would be needed to even accomplish the thing that is being claimed. So what's important for me to share with you all isn't what someone said happened, rather what did not happen and what did. Sure, ships have come through the Strait of Hormuz. The majority of them have come through by paying a toll to the IRGC. They have. They've come through paying a toll in order to get their things through. That's what's happened. Okay? One of the things that I think is essential when you have a conversation about Iran and the United States of America, I think that you must do, if you want to do it and to do it in good faith, you have to do it talking about 2 separate things. Okay? If you want to talk about Tehran, if you want to talk about Iran, and you want to talk about their regime and their government and how they run their government and how and what they do or don't do in terms of their people, right? That is one conversation. Okay. The other conversation is about the United States of America bombing Iran, right? Unprovoked. Um, and for what purposes and to what end? And these two things are not related. Okay. So follow me. Saying I'm bombing a country because I don't like the way that they treat their people. That's not why we bomb people. We do not go to war because we don't like the way that a regime treats its people. If that were the case, there would be other countries right now that would be bombing the shit out of the United States of America or kidnapping our president and taking him away like we did in Venezuela. But they aren't doing that. Why? Because that's not how we do things. And they are not, and you don't use them to justify inappropriate behavior. And so it's important that people understand that. If I can talk about the Iranian regime, I can talk about the issues that I have with that regime in the way that they run their country, in the way that they treat people, in the way, all of that. I can do that. And I can still, out of the same mouth and the same breath, say the United States of America has no business bombing Iran. Those two things go together. They're not separate issues. Okay? And so what I don't allow people to do in this space is deflect and distract from the very real issue, right? Is that the United States of America thinks that we can dictate what happens all around the world, especially in the global south. And the reason that we think that is because realistically, I mean, frankly, it's been that way for a very long time. However, the tides are changing. And that's the issue. That, listen, this is the issue that the Western world is having. This is the issue that the patriarchy is having. This is the issue that Israel is having, is that things in the world are shifting. And what has been is no longer going to remain. It's changing. And you can't stop change, no matter how hard they try. And they are trying. Okay? So I think that that's just really important for us to be honest about, right? And just call a thing a thing. So now let me go ahead and do a couple of right, Kat. We shouldn't have been in the first place. Yeah, y'all know that's my phrase, the death rattle, right? So I know I saw two people say that that the Pentagon is on lockdown because of hazmats. I don't, I think for me, okay, they're saying that there's an air quality issue and that's all we know. Yeah, it's out on BBC and CNN and all these different, it's out everywhere, right? It says, quote, multiple floors of the Pentagon are locked down and being evacuated due to, quote, a hazardous materials incident. I don't know what that is, so there's nothing else to say except to say that that's happening, right? Good morning, Georgia. Nothing else to say other than that, okay? Y'all behave in the comments, please, oh Pete. Okay. But it's just it's important for us to be able to make that distinction. And so the other thing, it's okay, you guys. Y'all are they over here. So immediately hazard. Y'all do know that the president is not in the Pentagon. Y'all do know that, right? Y'all know that, right? Okay. So let's just leave the diaper out of it. Let's leave the diaper out of it. Okay. Real talk. Okay. Yeah. So, all right. So someone asked about the Pentagon and Israel's threat level for intelligence from an intelligence perspective. And The answer is yes, the Pentagon did do that. The Pentagon, they have a defense intelligence agency, and they did elevate the counterintelligence espionage threat level posed by Israel to the highest designation, which is critical. Yeah, that is a thing that did happen. It went from high to critical. And what they talked about was that Israeli intelligence is aggressively surveying top U.S. officials to gather intelligence on deliberations regarding the Middle East and the war in Iran. But I want you all to remember that it was high before that. It was high before that, right? Which is why I think it's absolutely asinine that the prime minister of Israel was in the Situation Room with the president of the United States earlier this year. I think it's asinine that Section 224 of the appropriations bill for the Armed Forces Committee has been put through and put up for debate and conversation. So it's really important that people understand what this means. No confusion about 700 ships or trips. Nope, no confusion around 700 ships or trips, especially not in that time frame. The length of time that it takes for a ship to come from the Middle East to their destination is months. So, like this thing started. You have March, April, and we just finished May, right? The ability for a ship to pick up cargo, come through the Middle East, come to whether it's the U.S., the West, India, or wherever, and then go back and come back. No. Yeah, babe. Cute. I love it.
So he is an angel and then make you as a demon.
I got it. So cute. Thank you for being such a good girl. Yeah. So that I want to just before we can you come up, please? What would you like to discuss? Because I haven't even really gotten to get into the things that I want to make sure that people hear has been said. She is getting so big, 100%. Um, oh, you're welcome. Yeah, so no, I don't want to talk about the lockdown at the Pentagon, to be honest, because we don't know enough information um, to go into it. And so, like, I don't want to, I think people should just know that it happened, and there's nothing really to talk about until we know, like, why and whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, it's just not something that I want to dive into at length, right? What's up, John Denver? Good to see you. But yeah, like once we have more information and there's something to actually discuss, then sure. But like to me, there's nothing really to discuss. The Pentagon parts of the Pentagon are on lockdown. Some of them are being evacuated, and that's really all there is to know. But this is my thing. Yeah, but this is my thing, right? When you say there's multiple scenarios, I know. So all we would be doing is speculating. And so that's why I don't feel like one of the things that I don't do in this space, and a lot of people do, like what you see on TV, is they'll have a lot of different people who will be experts in certain industries or segments, and they'll start to speculate about why this happened or what it could be and what it couldn't be. And my whole thing is it could be a variety of different things, and because we don't know what it is, why talk about it? Why even go into it? Because we whatever it is, there's nothing we can do about it, nothing at all. And once we know what it is, then we can discuss what it is if it's even needing to be discussed. You know what I mean? That's kind of the take that I'm take on it. Um, I wanted to find one more thing just to read to you all because I want to give it to you verbatim. Um, um, there's that one. So this one's going to be before it. Okay, I missed that one. Hmm. I do think this is. I want to see what happens with this, but just so that everyone knows, we, the United States of America, struck an oil tanker in the Strait of Hormuz, and it was a tanker that belonged to India, and we killed 3 Indian crew members in that attack. The United States says that, oh well, that ship had violated our blockade of Iranian ports. But I think that this is important that people know and that people talk about this because, yeah, we did that. So the United States of America struck an oil tanker. It was an Indian oil tanker, and 3 of their crew have been killed in the attack. Yeah. No, and it's not good at all. And I just don't think that people fully grasp all of the places of intersection in terms of all of the players from India to China to the US to Russia to, you know what I mean? Oh, it was intentional, and India is not happy 100%. Right. And so I think it's important. So the 3 Indian sailors died in a U.S. strike on Setabello tanker off Oman a day before. There were other suspected attacks on an assault tanker, right? But the 20 Indian crew members on that vessel from the second attack are safe and they are fine. This is the one that I wanted. So Ibrahim Razaei, a spokesman of the National Security Commission of Iran's parliament, says, quote, "It is undoubtedly America that must surrender in this battle. Trump has no more than 2 paths. Either he must surrender or he must surrender," end quote. I don't know that people really understand the significance of a statement like that. Yeah. John, that was your first time hearing that statement? Yeah, I read it earlier today when I was on Smitty's live. And I have lost some of my folks. Oh, there you are. Okay. It was a false alarm. Thanks, Tracy. See? There you go. We would have spent all that time talking about the Pentagon and possibilities for no reason. False alarm, over and done with. Okay. Wait, who said that? Okay, I'm going to read it again for you guys. So, whoops. So Ibrahim Razaei, who is spokesman of the National Security Commission of Iran's parliament, okay, said, quote, "It is undoubtedly America that must surrender in this battle. Trump has no more than 2 paths. Either he must surrender or he must surrender," end quote. Yeah. So if I could give you like the American version of that, it would be like this. It would be a member of Congress who is on our Armed Services Committee or our National Security Committee, right? Going on to TikTok and saying, or going on to X and saying, "Hey, this is what must happen. These are the only paths forward," coming from someone who sits on that security commission and who is a member of Congress. Or FAFO, exactly, John Denver. So here's the part that I'm going to open up discussion for right now, because there's a lot happening. And I want us to I feel like we need to stay very focused in order to get through the conversations that we need to have. So if there's anybody that is in the request or in the chat that wants to come up and offer something or ask questions or continue the further discussion around Iran, right? Then please put a yellow heart in the chat. yellow heart in the chat, and that way my mods and I can bring you up, and we can have this conversation. Yellow heart, and this is specifically around Iran and the information that we're talking about this morning. Iran, the escalation, Karg Island, the 100 million barrels of oil that did not get snuck through Iran. If that is what you are in the queue and that you want to chat about, So Poetic Chaos, if you've got vision issues, absolutely, all caps is fine. Come on up, John Denver. Karg Island belongs to Iran. It was 2-3 days ago, Kat. 2 days ago. Hey there, John. How are you?
Good morning, Danny. How are you doing today?
I'm as good as I can be.
All things considered, anyways, right?
Yes, 100%. Yeah. What you got?
So, question. Iran has stated we know we've lost 13 U.S. lives, right?
Mm-hmm.
Iran has stated multiple times that it's way more than that.
Mm-hmm.
They have attacked multiple times U.S. bases throughout the region. Do you think the Pentagon and the Trump administration are withholding the deaths of U.S. soldiers?
I do. And I don't, and it's not just like, oh, I just think so because of course they are. I do because if Iran has done the level of damage, which they have, to 13 to 15 of our bases, and I mean many of them becoming uninhabitable, and many of them not being up to par in terms of, like, many of these facilities had not been what do I want to say, like, upgraded, right, in the last 20 years. And so I definitely think that they're not telling the truth 100%.
Right, because I feel like the bases were strategic in the Iraq wars and the Afghanistan wars, right? They weren't designed specifically for this war or the infrastructure put in place to be able to withstand this war. So part of me was wondering that, like, I don't know, I just fear we've lost way more people than they're letting us know about.
Yeah, I would say I absolutely think that's true. As a veteran, one of my biggest frustrations with this administration is the manipulation of the military and veterans for their purposes.
Thank you for your service. I didn't know you were a veteran.
Oh yeah, thanks.
I did not know that.
Yeah, and so it's very.
I'm new to the community. I've seen you in many other communities, but I'm new to your community.
I got you. Well, welcome. Glad to have you. So for me, it's very frustrating because I see this administration manipulate service members, their families, veterans, in so many ways. Like if you go all the way back to 2020, right? And the Afghanistan withdrawal, which everyone likes to, not everyone, but a lot of people on the right want to talk very badly about Joe Biden and blame all of those things on Joe Biden. And what people do not know, what I find typically, is most of the people that are having conversations about the Afghanistan withdrawal, and they're talking about how horrible Joe Biden was, and this, most of them have never read the OIG reports from 2020. Most of them have never read the original agreement. Most of them do not know the timeline for when those things and what the conditions were. Most of them do not know what the OIG and what the government was saying to the country, was saying to the president, that, hey, these are not the things that we should do. It's crazy. Like, I think if most Americans knew that we literally we forced Saudi Arabia's hand to have them give back almost 5,000 members of the T-Band, right?
Right.
At the same time that we were withdrawing our troops, like we had not even gotten, like, can y'all imagine? Why would we reduce our numbers? Why would we take soldiers away while giving back soldiers to the quote unquote enemy and leaving our other folks at risk? Right?
God bless you for saying that. Seriously, God bless you for saying that, because I was fully like, I've been in other spaces, specifically Johnny Palmadessa talks heavily about this, and the idea that Biden was literally just cleaning up Trump's mess. He had no choice but
and
to
there was
finish
no
it because
win
they had
to it.
already started it.
There was no
And they had
win
already
to it.
reduced our, and it's my understanding they had already reduced our military presence by like 85%.
Oh yeah,
when Biden took office.
But how we got there is crazy. So
Right.
This is all of the documents that for what we're talking about right now are in my link tree, right? But we actually said on in this space and we read the actual OIG reports, right? Hey,
Oh, wow.
Bert, good to see you. So here's the thing. So when that agreement was made, number one, the United States of America made this agreement with the Taliban without the inclusion of the Saudi government. Like, we didn't include the Saudi government. We didn't say to them, "Hey, what do you want to have?" Like, we just felt like we could dictate what they needed to do. That's number one, and that's a problem, right?
Doesn't that sound exactly like what we're doing with Iran and Israel right now?
It sounds like what we do a lot. Holy shit!
Sorry,
right?
Go ahead and continue. My apologies.
Yeah, no, you're good. So let me pull up. I'm gonna, because like I said, all of these are in my link tree, and I want to just show you.
And thank you everyone for welcoming. I did see the messages in the
Yeah, they
chat,
are pretty they're pretty amazing, and I love our group of folks. It's a little different than some places, but I like it. Okay, so February 2020, obviously I like it. It's our group. February 2020 is when we negotiated this quote unquote withdrawal agreement, right? But it excluded the Afghan government, and that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand. So the Afghanistans, I think I said Saudi, but I meant Afghanistan. They were pissed. They were pissed that we negotiated this without them. Like, we said for them, yep, they're going to give you back your imprisoned Taliban warriors, right? Like, how the fuck are you going to tell me I got to give them back? You know what I mean? And so, but that's what they did. And so what a lot of people don't understand about this is that from the onset, the Taliban never honored a single piece of this agreement. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to walk you through this timeline. And I appreciate you, John, for bringing this up, because I think it's important, because it adds context to where we are right now. It adds context to how this administration and this particular president engages in foreign policy and in conflict, which, spoiler alert, not well. That's how, not well at all. So here's the deal. So the agreement is signed on February 29th of 2020. Okay. And it sets the terms for the withdrawal. And so that withdrawal is supposed to happen by, they did. And I'm going to tell you why, Motormouth. I'm going to tell you why they complied 100%. And so here's the way that it goes. So at the time that this agreement happened, we had 13,000 troops that were in Afghanistan, according to our, when I say OIG report, everybody knows that that's the Office of the Inspector General, right? And so there was the DOD, Department of Defense, Inspector General report. So 13,000, keep that number in your brain, okay? Now, the withdrawal of our troops was supposed to be contingent on, quote, Taliban's action against Al-Qaeda and other terrorists who could threaten us, right? This was in a speech that Trump was giving, right? Yeah, we're the biggest bully on the block. You got it. But here's what happens. The Afghani president objects to a provision in the agreement that requires his country release 5,000 Taliban prisoners. This is what he said, quote, freeing Taliban prisoners is not under the authority of America, but the authority of the Afghan government. There has been no commitment for the release of 5,000 prisoners. That was March 1st. Now, Mark Milley on the 4th tells the Senate Armed Services Committee, the same people that want to mix our intelligence with Israel, and make us go into a partnership. He tells them that the Taliban pledged in the classified documents, quote, to not attack U.S. troops and coalition forces or launch, quote unquote, high profile attacks, including in Afghanistan's 34 provincial capitals, right? The problem is they were attacking. They were attacking our allies during this whole time. They never stopped, right? So they attacked in Halmad province. And then we responded with an airstrike. So from the offset, you all, we make an agreement March 1st, right? The 4th, we say, hey, they've agreed that they're not going to strike. And on the 4th, they're still fucking striking, so that we're having to strike back. And then 6 days later, on March 10th, we ordered the release. We forced Ghani, the president of Afghanistan, to release 1,500 Taliban prisoners at the rate of 100 per day. So for the next 2 weeks, for 15 days, yep. So just imagine, I make a deal with you, John, and I know that you are an enemy, right? I make a deal, and I say to you, listen, we'll withdraw as long as you stop attacking. You keep attacking, and I go, oh, okay, well, we'll go ahead and we'll withdraw some anyway. That's like the dumbest shit ever. And we'll give you some of your terrorist backs. Why would we do that? Why were we? We did. We gave them their warriors back. We gave them their soldiers back while they continued to attack us, right? And this is from the offset. This is not 6 months later. This is not 10 months down the road. It's not like the Taliban pulled an okie doke on us. No. From day one, they said, we're going to do what the fuck we're going to do. Okay. That's from day one. And so this is what I really want people to hear. So listen, we always end up leaving behind equipment. That's irrelevant. I want to be very clear about something. We always end up leaving behind equipment. It's old ass equipment. It's often disabled when we leave it behind, and we don't give a shit about it. I just want to be clear. And ask me if I give a fuck about equipment at the cost of American lives, and my answer is no, I don't.
No, definitely not.
Okay, just to be clear about that. So arguments that I don't do in this space is equipment over the lives of soldiers. Arguments that I don't do in this space is looting and rioting over the loss of lives by police officers. Those are arguments that you will lose them every time. I don't want to hear shit about a building. I don't want to hear shit about something coming off the shelves of Target. I don't want to hear shit about equipment. I will always choose people over profits and corporations, always. So that is going to be a non-starter in this space, just so you don't know, in case you're new here. Okay. So March 10th, we say, here we go. Here's 1,500 of your prisoners, of your folks back, right? And 9 days later, we got our first quarterly report, not 9 days later, but the 19th of May, we get our first quarterly report. And I'm actually going to pull this report up because it is worth reading just snippets of it. And this will give you, because this lays the groundwork. This is what every quarterly report looks like from here on out. Okay. So I'm a fact girl, and sometimes I'm a boring ass document girl, but what I find is that you don't argue with those things. So look, this is the Office of the Inspector General report. Let me share it with you guys over here so that you can see it too. Boom. So this is from January. It covers January 1st through March 31st. Okay. And it was released on the 15th, and it was publicly released on the 19th of 2020. And so this is the Department of Defense's Office of the Inspector General, right? Bullshit. Well, it's Department of Defense. I don't give a fuck what they call it. They think that you can just name things and it changes. Anyway, it doesn't. Okay. So listen. And by the way, if you all don't know this, in every congressional document, it is the Department of Defense. Why? Because Congress didn't change the damn name. So anyway, here's the agreement. The agreement was signed on February the 29th as a first step toward ending the conflict, blah, 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 blah. Taliban violence continued at high levels. Get this, even during the negotiated week-long reduction in violence that led to the agreement signing. The Taliban limited violence against coalition forces, but increased attacks against the Afghan National Defense and Security Forces during this period. They escalated violence further after signing the agreement. U.S. forces defended the Afghan National Defense Security Forces, the ANDSF, against the Taliban. We stated that the Taliban must reduce violence as a necessary condition for continued U.S. reduction in forces, and that remaining high levels of violence could jeopardize the agreement. Even still, guess what we did? We began to reduce our troops from 13,000 to 8,600. So I just want you all to be clear that in this first quarter, we reduced our troops from 13,000 to 8,600, gave the Taliban back 1,500 of their warriors, right? All the while, the Taliban was still fighting and having violence. So I just need for you all to understand from out the gate, this was the situation.
4,400 troops in 1 week is staggering.
So this was over a quarter. This is what we did. We did this over. So this is our quarterly report. Yeah, this is, but we gave them back. So imagine this though. Even if you say it over 3 months, and it wasn't really 3 months, because keep in mind, we didn't sign the agreement until the end. So it technically was in a month. It was a month that we signed the agreement because this report ended March 31st.
Right.
So by March 31st, we reduced our troops by 4,400. Wow. Okay. So 4,400 troops in a month we reduced. We gave them back 1,500 Taliban warriors during that time. And they were continuing to attack this whole time. This is like this in every report. I just want everybody to understand. It's like this in every report. This timeline that I have right here is in my link tree. And the reason why I love this timeline is because it links to every document. So this is the
cool.
Yeah. And so this is in there, and so are all the documents. But so this is,
I'll look at that later.
Yeah. So this is the second OIG report from April 1st to June 30th. Guess what it says? Let me share this tab. It says, quote, the Taliban did not appear to uphold its commitment. Imagine that. Imagine fucking that. Right? And then we released, by September 3rd, Afghanistan released the final 400. So by September 3rd, they got all 5,000 of their prisoners back. Wow. Yeah. So by September 1st, we've given them all 5,000. So we've increased their troops and their people by 5,000. We've reduced our troops. Yep. So we have literally made our soldiers sitting there fucking sitting ducks, even though we've got reports that they are increasing their violence. These peace talks that happened in September were supposed to happen in March. They never happened.
Danny, sorry, was that the peace talk where they were at Camp David and put their hands on them? Wasn't that in September?
Mm-hmm.
Where he brought the Taliban to Camp David?
He sure did. Bring him. He sure did.
Where it looks like an AI photo, but it's 100% real.
Correct. Yeah, it's crazy. September 30th. Listen, during the peace talks, they were attacking us. This is what's so crazy, y'all. During the peace talks, well, so there were two. So first of all, he did bring them to Camp David, but they also had a meeting in Qatar, and that was with Afghanistan. So the Taliban met with Trump in Camp David, but the Afghani government and the Taliban met in Qatar. Okay. Now, while they're meeting in Qatar, okay, they continue to attack. Taliban attacks in 3 provinces across northern Afghanistan since Tuesday killed at least 17 people, including 6 civilians, and wounded scores of others, even as the Taliban political team was negotiating peace. I don't know how you negotiate peace while you're killing people. I don't know how that works. But that's what they believed that they were doing. And then this is what Trump had to say 2 days later. The president said, quote, we're dealing very well with the Taliban. They're very tough. They're very smart. They're very sharp. But you know, it's been 19 years. And even they are tired of fighting, in all fairness. Do they look tired? Because they still fighting this whole damn time. I want people to understand that it was so significant that congressional Republicans came out publicly and said, do not reduce our troops. Marco Rubio said that it was going to be a Saigon type of situation. He said, do not withdraw any more of our forces because it will hurt our allies and delight the people. That is what Mitch McConnell said. In November of 2020, y'all, this is Marco Rubio saying this and Mitch McConnell saying this.
They do not talk about this at all.
Nobody talks about this. And so I really want people to understand, they came out and so listen, because we got rid of our first secretary, right? And so look at the days. The very next day, we announced that we are going to reduce forces in Afghanistan to 2,500 by January 15th. Why? Because Joe Biden is going to take office a week later.
Yep.
That's why, folks.
And we're going to hand him a mess.
And we handed him a mess where we gave them back all of their terrorist prisoners. We reduced our troops down to 2,500. We got nothing in return, right?
We gave them double what we had left, basically.
Yes. Yeah. 100%. And we told them, and this was on the same day, this was the final report for the quarter ending September 30th. And it said this: the peace negotiations between the Afghan government and the Taliban representatives had stalled and violence increased. Quote, at the same time, the Taliban increased its attacks against Afghan forces, leading to, quote, distressingly high levels of violence that could threaten the peace agreement. Imagine that. So when Joe Biden gets into office, it's important to understand we were absolutely fucked. We had zero leverage. We were down in terms of personnel. We had no leverage. And what were we going to do? So follow me, you all. If Joe Biden had said, fuck this, we're gonna put more boots on the ground, he would have been fucked. He would have been, I mean, literally that was the whole deal, is he ran on that, right? We're coming out. We're not gonna have boots on the ground. Had he added more boots to the ground, it would have been a mess.
Yeah, I agree.
All of it was a mess. And I really want people to understand that. And if you've never been, okay, just for a show of hands, and it doesn't count if you went there with me on this app, but on your own, has anybody ever gone to the Department of Defense website where it actually tracks military deaths? Anybody besides me?
I have not. I'll openly state I have not.
Anybody ever gone to see how many?
I don't even know where to look for that at, honestly. I didn't even know you could look for that.
You sure can. And it will actually show you if it's like because they took their own life, if they were murdered like in a civilian situation, if it was in combat, it shows you. And so I'll just show you. So this is when I did like a couple of really in-depth lives on this particular topic. And I went through all of the OIG reports, along with the agreement, along with the actual DoD site. So hold on a second, I'm gonna show you. DoD military.
I love that tree in the background, by the way. And
thank you. Yeah, so cool. These are mine. This is my artwork, and then that's my tree of life in the background.
You drew those?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's phenomenal.
It's graphite, charcoal, and ink, and then acrylic paint on the background. Mm-hmm. But thank you.
That's super cool.
Thank you. Okay, so
I love the tiger. Tiger's my favorite animal.
Is it?
Yeah, so I'm partial to that one.
Okay, so it is called. Oh my, geez, oh Pete, my hips and my back are not loving me today, but it's okay. And can I have the most up to date one? The joys of getting old, right, Danny? Yeah, well, that and military service is a lot of fun. No, not really. Okay, so here. So it's called the Defense Casualty Analysis System. Anytime you're looking at a government website and it ends in .mil, okay, that means it's a military website. .mil is .military, okay? So the site that I'm going to show you right now is in fact that. So this is the Defense Casualty Analysis System. And you can actually go all the way back, you guys, like back to back. Okay, we started tracking them in 1989 or 1980. But if I go specifically here, if I look at 2021, which they're like, oh, look at Joe Biden, we lost 13. And we didn't lose any more until 3 under Biden. And these 13 are directly attributable to the actions of the former president, which is Trump. But you can see H side illness pending because it's not determined. And you can see the self-inflicted.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. And then accidents, but you can see the total unalivings. And so this is really something that people don't look at. They don't, because I mean, people don't know, right? But I mean, if you want to look at the years that Trump was in office. 2017, he takes office. We lost 21. 2018, we lost 14. Right? Look at the Obama years. Like, there are lots of things that I liked about Barack Obama, and there are plenty that I did not. His foreign policy and his immigration policies were things that I did not like.
Yeah, they were pretty awful.
Yeah, but I also think that that's his compromise, right? I believe that there was a compromise to be the first Black president in the United States of America. I think there was a compromise. And I think that was it. I think it was immigration and foreign policy, which, to be quite honest, right, when it comes to foreign policy, there's not a lot of difference between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. I think both of them suck.
Right.
And so domestic policy is where the greatest difference is. So somebody's asking me, this is literally the Defense Casualty Analysis System, and this is from the military's website.
Well, and it's almost like, because I remember when Obama got in office that Mitch McConnell was like, we're not going to vote for anything this guy wants. So I can totally see the foreign policy and immigration being sort of a compromise to the Republican Party and the other things that he wanted to do. That totally makes sense.
Yeah. And so something that I want to share with you all. So, let me say this again. They are not two sides of the same coin. They are not. Not domestically. No, they're not. And we cannot act like they are. They are not. Domestic policy, they are not two sides of the same coin. Foreign policy, they're kissing fucking cousins. First cousins at that. Okay? And all the problems that can lead to. Just saying.
Just saying.
Yes, baby. Yeah. And so.
You're awesome, Dan.
Well, thank you. But it's really important that people understand that. Okay. And that's why, so this is my thing, John. One of the things that we do in this space, he was no more Black than white. Davey, what does that mean exactly? Because now you just sound dumb. You do know that biracial people know we are Black and white, right? You do know that, right? Why are white people obsessed with biracial people's racial classifications? Why is that?
It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Why are y'all so obsessed? Listen, here's the thing. Never mind. You don't want to go down this road with me. You have a biracial grandson. I am biracial. I trumped you. And do me a favor, don't tokenize your grandson. The fact that you are saying those things and then you are tokenizing your grandson makes me concerned for the health and well-being of your grandson. Because you have absolutely zero idea of how to navigate that space.
I cannot stand the I have a people.
Yeah.
I have a.
Yeah. Yeah, do not tokenize your grandson. I already see, I don't know how old he is, but I already see years of fucking therapy for that kid. Just because of that first statement that you just made. Listen, okay, I'm going to say this, and I say it with I say this with all the love of Jesus, okay? White folk, if you have not done your own racial deconstruction, if you have not done all of the work necessary to understand systemic racism and the differences between prejudice and bigotry and racism and how they enter, and microaggressions and macroaggressions and fragility, if you have not done any of that, please do not have brown and Black babies. Do not do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I cannot say that enough. Because you have no right to traumatize those children if you don't know how to raise them and prepare them for the world that they live in.
Amen.
Very clearly, I am 53 years old, and I have said this, and I've said this to my mom. My mom is white. My dad was Black, right? My dad passed on when I was 6 months old, and my mom wanted so much for me to just be able to be me, right? You don't have to be black. You don't have to be white. You don't have to be, no, but I do, because when I walk through this world, do you want to know who taught me that I was a black woman? White people. White people taught me that I am black. White teachers, white bus drivers, white grocery store owners. White people taught me that I'm black. Just to be clear. And you taught me that before I was even out of elementary school. So don't ask me why it's all about race when your ass is the one that makes it all about race. We didn't make up racial classifications. White people did. Well, so Davy, you don't know what black means. When you say you don't look black to me, what does it mean to look black, Davy? What does that mean exactly? What does it mean to look black? Tell me what looks black about your biracial grandson. And the fact that you think being black has a look, right? Listen, I swear on everything. Whoever's this, I want that baby's mommy to come find me, because
the moment you get melanin in your skin, white people literally classify you as other, period.
100%.
You don't have to look anything.
No.
The moment you get melanin
No,
in your skin,
all they know is, listen, people might not know what I am, but they know for sure my ass ain't all white. Right? They know that. They know that for sure.
They know that part.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So just to be clear, and literally this is the part that really gets me irritated, because you tokenize that child as if so you do understand having a biracial grandson don't mean shit about you. Like, absolutely. Matter of fact, let me just be clear. Having biracial children yourself, being intimate with a person of color and having a biracial child, right, doesn't say anything about you. You can have biracial children and be racist as fuck. Ask white people that enslaved black people. White people have always been able to have sex with black folk and have biracial children and be racist as fuck all at the same time and reading a King James Bible while they do it all.
Thank you for adding that last sentence.
Just so we're clear. Right, Conchita, Strom Thurmond, and a whole slew of them. Like, I don't know. So listen, folks, proximity to whiteness does not equal power and safety. Proximity to blackness is not the absence of prejudice and racism. It's just proximity. That's all it is. Oh, happy birthday, Policy Driven.
Oh, my fellow Gemini. Mine was this past Monday.
So Geminis make great friends for me and nothing else. Yep. Great friends for me and nothing else. Yep.
That's great.
Yeah, my Taurian ass is like, yeah, nope, can't do.
Well, there's two of us, we're kind of all over the place.
Oh, I do know. Yeah, I do know. And that's bad because all of us are already traumatized. All of us already have, literally, we don't need to add two traumatized people on top of the regular stuff that we already have, right?
You don't need to dance around my personalities when you dealt with it.
100%. 100%. Yes. So, happy birthday to your son, Scott G. So the whole point that I want you all to understand, going back, and we can delve down this road, because listen, the race conversation is something that is happening today in this space, and it's happening in this space also because we have to talk about the Carmelo Anthony verdict. We have to talk about the judicial system, and I'm not here, and when I say that, I don't mean arguing the elements of events or the elements of the trial or whatever. It's acknowledging what my background is. It's acknowledging that Lady Justice, quote unquote, right, is not blind, is definitely is not colorblind. Yeah, none of that. And the majority of it revolves around that big old bag of money that you see down there. So we're gonna get to that, right? But I want to, if I double back around to what John was saying about Afghanistan and about Iran and where we are today, we really. Why are you the same asking me about Libras? We'll talk.
Libras can't make a decision. They like to make pros and cons lists about everything and then weigh it out, but then
For themselves,
can't
though.
make a decision.
But just for themselves. Just for themselves.
Yeah, just for themselves.
Just for themselves.
Exactly.
For what they think should be for themselves. But anyway.
I have so many Libras in my family. I have like 15 Libras in my family, so I'm
Yeah.
very familiar.
Yeah. Just saying. Yeah. So again, folks, understanding where we are right now. Thanks, Paige. Is that this is not, I get along with you. Yeah, girl. And that's fine because, it's okay though. We're not in no close proximity in relationship, but anyway, it's cool. So listen, not too much on your son's sign. Listen, one of my children is a Libra. And the
Libras
other,
are awesome. I'm not saying they're not awesome. They just don't.
You see how all y'all Libras got in your damn feelings? You see how all y'all Libras got in your feelings? That's what we talk about. That's what we talk about. All of y'all were like, but what about me? But what about, well, don't you, listen, this is exactly what we talk about.
Danny got me dying this morning.
I'm just saying. That's why y'all like. Yeah, I got one too, right? I'm just saying. I just want to bring a little awareness to y'all because y'all real sensitive right now up in this chat. So, so when we have these conversations, folks, across the board, one of the things that I will do, right, if you haven't noticed, is I will talk facts all day long, even if they're not comfortable, but I'm not going to argue just like your old random ass opinion, right? I'm not arguing with aggressive ignorance anymore. If you are sitting here in 2026, literally in the United States of America, and you are saying things like, what's a human right? I'm not arguing with you. Sit your ass on down somewhere else. Go to somebody else's live for that argument. Because if you are an individual that doesn't have the decency to know and understand what a human right is, that means you do not recognize that all people deserve them. You think they should be conditional, and you are not my people. Period. Right? If you are sitting here in 2026 and you are willing to open your mouth and say things like, there's no such thing as systemic racism or opportunity exists for everyone, or shut up. That is aggressive. You are holding on for dear life to a story that justifies who you are as a human being. And I'm not here to do that work. I'm not here to do that work. You understand? If you are saying that, it's your desperate attempt to hold on to something so that you don't have to deal with who you are. And the job that the space that I am in right now is nope. I'm holding up a mirror, and if you don't like what you see, get to stepping. Now, if you don't like what you see, appreciate you, John, and you are willing to sit in the uncomfortable spaces and do the work that is necessary for us to figure out and change what that looks like, I'm down for that all day. I'm down for that all day. Because listen, I look in the mirror and I go, "Ooh, girl, okay, you did all right there, but that shit right there, you still need to fix it," right? People who don't like what they see in the mirror, but are willing to acknowledge what they see, and they desire to do the work to change it, I will sit with those people all day in, all day out. But if your conversation is, and I keep saying it, y'all, what do I call people? What do I call people when I see them? Those kind of people, John, I call those people bird box. What do you mean? What do you mean there's racism? What do you mean? Huh? Where?
Oh, I'm going to use that.
I call them bird box.
Using that. Oh, wow, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
That is brilliant. I love it.
You are bird box. You talking about here? Oh, I can't see. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. What, Danny? No, you can't see because you have a blindfold.
It's 2026. Racism
Yes.
still exists? What?
Yes, and you are putting that blindfold on yourself. That's the thing that's incredible about it all. Nobody. So listen, y'all. There was a time and a place where if you had a blindfold on, if you had blinders on, it might not have been on your own accord, right? Right? There was a time where you just saw what you saw, and it was what it was. But today, no, you have to. Do y'all know how hard you have to work to not see the shit that is right in front of your face right now? Listen, I'm going to repeat that question. Do you know how hard you have to work to pretend that you don't see what is right in front of your face right now? It's work. And every one of us knows what this is like. Every single one of us knows what this is like. You know how hard you have to work sometimes to be like, oh no, he's a good guy. No, she's a good mate. She's a good. And y'all just tip all the red flags.
I heard something this morning that hit me hard, and it was the American dream is no longer owning a home and the way it was in the 70s. Now the American dream is living paycheck to paycheck.
Oh,
God bless you.
thank you.
God bless you.
I'm a 3 sneezer.
God bless you.
Thank you. So here's my thing.
My grandma was that way. 3 sneezes. If it was any less, she was sick.
I'm a 3 sneezer. So here's the thing, you all. So I would say that's the mainstream American dream, John. So for so many people in this country, sometimes the American dream was just to be able to dream. Sometimes the American dream was just to be able to get a job or to earn a livable wage or to be considered a whole ass human being. There are people in this country today that still dream of equity and equality.
Right.
If you are a man that wants to pretend that women are treated equally in 2026, you are the reason we want to be underbabied. I'm going to say that again. If you are a man that believes and will open your mouth to say women are treated equally, women are independent, women can do this, women can do that, women aren't paid less, you are the reason we desire to be underbabied and choose the fucking bear. You're the reason. And you probably still don't know how many holes we have or what they do. Just like our members of Congress.
I almost spit my drink out when you said that.
But we saw it. They were asked the question on the floor of Congress. People that want to legislate our bodies and don't know the biological anatomic makeup of our bodies.
Well, that's why I love the executive order that Trump signed when he first got in, that we all are what we are at conception. Because at conception, we're all women. We're all women at conception.
Yeah, they don't realize that. They don't.
They're so dumb.
They don't know how, like, I literally, when I have to explain to people that male and female are not the only 2 genders or the only 2 sexes that are there, and people look at me like I'm crazy, and I'm like, but you all, that's an actual fact. It's like, it's literally a fact. It's not like oh, that's your opinion or that's an opinion. It's a medical fact. Yeah, baby.
Tanya was like this on the wall with a bot. Tanya was white, Daniel. And I was like, does he like?
He was like running from you. Yeah, girl, you chased him all the way up here.
He wasn't. And he was still there. if I went to the other side,
Mm-hmm.
he was looking at the other side.
Was he? Look, if you see that envelope right there, will you give him some food? He'll be very happy. Look, she's gonna feed you. Look, it's right there, Mila, right beside the candle. Okay, so let me do.
So adorable. So
Thank
adorable.
you. So, true story. Why don't you come join the conversation? I sent you an invitation. And the reason why I'm asking you to join the panel is because the conversation. What, sissy? Oh, you can't. She said I can't find it. Okay, hold on one second. Where is it? Where did I put it, sis? Oh, I put it over here already.
How's all the Danikins doing today?
It's over there, baby. Thank you. Show it to Titan so that he knows. Okay. All right.
Look,
So
I'll tap that screen. Share out the live. Okay, sorry, I was
I got
doing
you.
some mod
No,
stuff.
I appreciate you. Yes, baby. No, get the red envelope. Appreciate you. Okay, so follow me, guys. So the reason why I asked you to come up here, True Story, for those of you guys that are over here watching somewhere else, the statement that True Story made in the comments was stop trying to be a man. And the reason why I invited you to come to the panel is because I wanted to explore that conversation further. So my first question for you would be, what does that mean to be a man? Like, define what it means to be a man. That would be my first question. Yes, baby.
Still like one.
He's still running. That means he just wants to be left alone. And the reason why I say that is because what is it? Yeah, well, when you say a protector, women aren't protectors. I would argue that women are protectors as well.
I would argue women protect more than men.
100%.
I would also argue women provide more than men because men only provide money. We are very bad at providing anything else.
Right. Yep. And so this is my thing. And when we say if we go down this road of men are protecting us from what? Other men? Because who else is harming women that we need protecting from? I'm just asking. So here's the thing. Instead of men saying, oh, I protect my woman, why don't you go get your man in check? Why don't you go get your boy in check? Right? If men policed other men, we'd have significantly less predators. So start there. And then I don't need your protection. So listen, that whole concept for me goes into so much of what's wrong with society. There are people that love to talk about the good that they do, right? Oh, I donate to this cause and I do this at the soup kitchen and I do this over here. Meanwhile, you vote for people that make those conditions necessary. So if you would simply vote for a society that eliminates the need for those soup kitchens, right? Then you wouldn't need to do that. You wouldn't need to do that. If men would simply manage their society, their peers, their community, right? We wouldn't have as many perpetrators and victims. But here's the thing. If we did that, how would you get to prove that you're a good person? That's how you prove you're a good person. It's look what I do for those less fortunate than me. So you need people to be less fortunate in order to feel good about who you are.
Otherwise, you can't perform.
Exactly. And I would tell you that performance doesn't change who you truly are.
Facts.
And if you are a Christian, I need you to go to Matthew chapter 7, right around verse 20, 21-ish. Start there. I'm just offering that.
Just saying.
Just throw that in
Just
there.
saying.
No, he didn't say that, Sin. Somebody in the chat said that. Sin, somebody in the chat said, stop trying to be a man. He said, men and women are different. Stop trying to be a man. And my question was, what does that mean? Stop trying to be a man. What does it mean to try to be a man? So we would look at what are the characters? What are the characteristics? right? What are the characteristics that we attribute to being a man? See how I immediately did this? Man, because those are the characteristics, right? Be a man's man. What the fuck is that exactly? It's toxic masculinity that causes significant harm. And guess what? It causes harm. Yes, it causes harm to women and girls, but it causes incredible harm to the future, to the boys. It causes harm to the boys that are going to grow up to be the next generation of men. One of my things that I hate the most, do y'all remember this? See, y'all gonna know exactly what I'm talking about. How many of you all remember this video that went viral? And it's a black dad, and he's in the pediatrician's office with his little boy who is getting his jabs for school, right? And the little boy is getting the jabs and he's crying. And the dad goes, "You're all right. Suck it up. You're all right," right? And he is telling the child, do not express sadness or pain in tears. Translate that into tough, anger, aggression.
Yep.
And that's what boys are taught. Boys are taught there is only two acceptable emotions: lust and aggression. That's it. It's the only thing that we say to our boys. You can feel that, and it's great.
Don't cry.
Don't cry.
Your feelings.
Yep.
You're a sissy if you show any kind of that emotion. You're being a woman. That's something that I heard as a child multiple times.
And you know what tickles me when people say and I'm going to say the TikTok friendly language for it, right? But you're a wussy, right? Let me just tell you, do you have any idea how strong a vagina is? If you want to pick about something that resembles weakness, it is not the vajayjay. That is not a symbol of weakness.
That shit will break you.
Right. Vice grip. Right? Do you know what is very delicate?
Yep.
You blow on them suckers too hard, and it's like, oh.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you can't even breathe on them, Ron.
Right, Jill, the sax. So don't say, "Oh, don't be a wussy." Start saying, "Don't be sax." Don't be the sax, because those are the most delicate things there are.
Oh my goodness, you've given me so much ammunition today.
I'm just saying. No, I'm not upset when you say we need to educate some of the mamas also on this. No, I'm not. Do you want to know why that doesn't upset me? Because I understand that we exist in a society. We have a patriarchal society. And the same way that white supremacy has created an environment where black and brown people take on ideas and belief systems that are detrimental to themselves. It's the same way that women do. It's the same way that women do, because it's the society that we've grown up in. And so that is why we have to become aware, and we have to become mindful in order to deconstruct those things. Like 100%. So that doesn't anger me at all. Absolutely. Listen, I know some of the worst misogynists I know are women. There are self-hatred is something else, y'all. Yeah, that learned response. 100%. But I think it's important that people understand. And so, okay. So for me, if we're going to sit here, we can talk about Iran. We can talk about Israel. We can talk about Palestine. We can talk about WIC, SNAP, Medicaid, housing, education, jobs, capitalization. We could talk about all of that. And the root cause of those things is the conversations we're having right now. All of those things are the systems that we made. So if we want to permanently change those systems, we have to deconstruct and rebuild and change the hearts and minds of the people that make those systems and build that infrastructure. And that's the hard part. That's the stuff people don't want to do. People would much rather point their fingers about Republicans and Democrats and MAGAs and this and that rather than have to deal with who they are.
Well, and that's what the right has done so well in the last decade, is literally just point fingers. They're not willing to look in the mirror. They're not willing to look inward. It's always outward. It's always somebody else's fault.
I would
They
say
are in the
this.
situation they're in.
Can we get me some water, baby? I would say, but John, I would argue that that's not just the right. I look at many of the establishment Democrats, right? And they aren't looking at themselves. They are so busy. Like, listen, the Democratic Party has been pointing fingers at Trump for the last 10 years and not looking at the places where we could have done things differently.
Oh, no, I actually agree with you on that. One of the things that I've been saying on a regular basis is the biggest problem with the Democratic Party is universal messaging. There is no universal messaging other than Trump bad, we're good.
Right.
Like, that's the only universal message that they've had in the last decade.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're so far apart on all other issues because you have progressives, you have leftists, you have centrists, you have rightists, right, that are all in the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
And instead of doing what they're asking the Republicans to do, which is set aside their differences and come to the table for a common goal, which is the betterment of this country, they just continue to be Trump bad, we're good. So my thoughts going forward is that the universal messaging needs to be they're coming for our voices, because there's no better universal message. They're doing it with the redrawing of the lines in the South, and they're doing it with the trying to pass of the SAVE Act, which specifically targets the women's vote. So if they can knock out the black vote and they can knock out the women's vote, they can retain power forever.
Yeah. So so here's the thing. I agree with you that the Democratic establishment sucks in terms of universal messaging. I agree with that. And I think part of the reason that is I look at, so let me just say this about me so that you know. My upbringing, y'all, I grew up what I call neck deep in church, right? Southern Baptist Christian from birth. Like, I grew up church 5 days a week, like the whole thing. So a lot of when I make references and things, it doesn't matter how much of that I do or don't practice anymore. What matters is that the way that my brain works is I see similarities in it, right? So follow me. I look at the issues within the Democratic Party the same way that I look at the issues within the religion of Christianity. So the same way, what's up, Job? The same way that the Christianity has 1,100 different damn denominations, that's about how many different types of Democrats there are. Okay.
That's a great analogy. Yeah. That's a great analogy.
And the same way that, Catholics think you should just be able to walk into a booth, do like 3 Hail Marys, a flip and a twist, and all is forgiven, right? And Episcopalians think you can go down to the place and have a bar and whatever, right? And then Pentecostals think you wear earrings and you go to hell. Like, there's so many different variations and they don't agree. But what is the one central thing that they do agree on? They all agree on Jesus, right? And so because they all agree on Jesus, what the Democratic Party has to do is they have to get to the fundamental core of what they all agree on, right? And so in my opinion, and this is now what I'm sharing now, y'all, these are totally my talking points. So I have come up with some things that I think that some of these things are the way that we move forward. So follow me. So what I think the central messaging from all the different types of Democrats and progressives that exist should center around 4 things: healthcare, education, housing, and economic mobility. I call it HEHE, John, so that people know, right? HEAG. Okay. Healthcare, education, housing, economic mobility, because pretty much everything that all of us desire and experience in this lifetime comes back to one of those 4 things, right?
Not only does it have a ring to it, it has 2 male names in it, so the guys can get behind it too.
Yes, and they should. Either that or we're laughing at you. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so Democrats of all kinds, progressives of all kinds, right? liberals of all kinds. It's not about, do you agree with this particular denomination of progressive? It's about, do you agree? What are the things that you agree with these 4 pieces of policy? I call them the 4 pillars of policy, right? And I think that's where you develop the messaging around, right? So for me, healthcare is a very, oh my sweet baby Jesus. Why do people keep calling me like they know I'm not, like, hey, I'm working. Oh my God, I didn't mean to click you. I just hung up as soon as I clicked it too. Okay, so follow me. Okay, so when I think about healthcare, this is the way that I would say it for everyone. Okay, it is healthcare is, I believe that everyone should have access to safe, quality, affordable, timely healthcare. It must be safe, it must be affordable, it must be quality, and it must be timely, right? It must meet all of those 4 things. And just that as the foundation, we can then build on how we accomplish that from there. Okay. This is where the left falls into this trap when they use words like healthcare is a right. Then it becomes a culture war. Right? I don't want to fight any fucking wars, including culture wars, damn it. But if I say to someone, if I say to you, healthcare is a right, now all of a sudden we can argue. Because, well, what does it mean to be a right? A right for who? A right for what? A right for no. But what if I just say to you, I believe that as human beings, everyone should have access to safe, affordable, quality, timely healthcare. Right? What is the argument in that? Can MAGA argue with that? Can Republicans argue with that? Can libertarians argue with that? Who can argue with that as just a singular statement? Right? Because then we can get into the discussions on how, but just from, and I want you all to think about it, just from a messaging perspective, right? Yeah, but so Amber Joe, I know we should, I know about universal health care, and I know we have the money. My point is, that has been the case for a very, very long time. But if we do not find a starting place for this conversation, all it does is keep us divided. Right, quality, affordable, timely, and safe. Okay, so that's healthcare. When I go to the next part, education. Oh, yeah, I know, I got it. So when I talk about education, this is my statement about education. I believe that our children should have access to the most accurate, necessary. I got to think about whatever the word was I said. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Free public education should be free. Number one, right? And it must be accurate, historically accurate, and it must represent. See, I don't say truthful because truth is subjective.
Yeah.
Right? Truth is subjective. Fact-based education is completely different. So it must be accurate. It must be safe, right? That's the environment, right? Accurate, necessary, free. You're never going to get away from bias, Leah. You're never going to get away from bias. But I think bias is a beautiful thing if we create an environment where bias can be discussed and evaluated and acknowledged. Imagine what happens when we begin to address, when we understand that we have a bias. That's a beautiful thing because listen, if you don't know you have the bias, it controls you, it directs you. But when you know the bias, when you know it's there, you can spot it and go from there, right? So I'll give you all an example. And I say this all the time because it's true. And if you don't like it, oh well. Okay, so as a Black woman in this country, I just want y'all to watch what happens in the chat. All my Black and brown women, how many of us have heard throughout our lifetimes that there's a shortage of quote unquote good Black men out there? Just
Oh my
put,
God, I've heard that, and I'm a white guy.
but watch how it affects black women. Watch this. What, black women, give it to me. You see it? See all this, right? Now, be honest with yourself, not with me, because I don't need to know, but be honest with yourself, okay? How many times have you been told that we should be pissed off when a quote unquote another good black man ends up with a white woman? Is that a thing in our community, y'all? That white women steal good black men? It's a thing in our community. That's a thing, okay? Even if you don't have a prejudice about that, it's a thing, right? Now, I'm going to keep going for just a second. So can we talk about the roots of where that comes from? Part of the roots of where that comes from. It comes from the enslavement.
I'm curious.
It comes from the enslavement of black people, of black men, right? And this setting up on a pedestal of white women. Black men have been murdered for looking at white women. They are the prize. They are the European beauty ideal. They are the beauty ideal. They are the purity. They are the untouchable. You're not even good enough to look at our women. And so for some, subconsciously, the attainment, the arrival is the acquisition of a white woman. Okay? So for many black and brown women, right? I don't know, and I'm just going to speak for me. If you can relate, let me know in the chat. But right, soul speak, proximity to power, you got it. Now, I can see an interracial couple. Keep in mind, y'all, I'm biracial. Okay, keep in mind this combative shit right here. I'm biracial and can see a black man with a white woman and for half a second go, shit, right? And it really is about half a second, because the truth of the matter is I don't care, and love is love. And I'm mindful enough and I'm aware enough of the bias and the environment and the stories that we're taught to notice that little thing just flipped on my radar.
Is that why you go shit?
Yeah. Like, I'll be damn. Yeah. 100%. 100%. But what makes it so great is that I recognize it and I know it. Right. Veronica said same briefly. And the thing is, the reason it is there because that's what society has ingrained in us. Right. Right. But the truth of the matter is because I don't care. You know what I mean? But I do notice it because it's the environment. So what if we all began to notice those types of things, those little things? Because most people avoid noticing them because they think it means they're a bad person. Oh, I'm a horrible person because I felt that way. No, you're not. How do I feel about what? What's a good question? A black woman with a white man? Me personally, I don't. I have not personally had. Okay, how can I say this? I don't like it. When I say I don't like it, the initial reaction is, damn. Like, there's a part like, damn. And then you move right on and go, well, I think people should find happy, like, I think people should love and be with who makes them happy and who loves them and treats them well. Like, at the end of the day, it's not about their skin. But for a moment, you just go, damn, sis. And part of that is because I feel like too often black men feel abandoned by the country and by women and by their women, right? I think in the United States of America specifically, I I feel like too many black men feel like they are just out there, you know. Yeah, but you said some white men treat black women like queens, though. So do black men treat black women like queens. So that's my thing. That's a perception. The perception is, oh, but some of them treat black women like queens. So do black men. So do black men. And so this is where having these types of discussions. So for those of you who do, there's a great book out there. There's a great book out there called Blind Spot, and it's the hidden biases of good people. No, I didn't say that it is hard to find a good black man. I said that's the narrative that we've been taught. I said the narrative is that it's hard to find a good black man, but that's not true. So what society has benefited from is creating a scarcity that doesn't exist for black women. At the same time, while they have criminalized and demonized black men, right? And locked them up. Like, I'm just saying. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying. Right, Motormouth, to destroy the black family. 100%. You all, Kevin Roberts, the president of the Heritage Foundation. John, I don't know if you know this about him or not, but you know that's his field of study. Did you know that?
Is what?
So Kevin Roberts, the president of the Heritage Foundation,
I know the name, yeah.
Yeah, so not only is his focus, his academic focus, American history, he has a specialized focus on African American history.
Oh, you know what? I think I did hear that in one of the other live spaces that I was in, but I didn't really register.
Tiffany, that's not true. Why are you saying that? More white men treat black women like queens more so than black men. That's not true.
No, I don't.
That's not true in any way, shape, or form. I don't know why we would say that. I have had more damage. I have witnessed and seen more damage done to black women by white men than ever with black men. And that's the narrative they want you to believe, but that's not true.
Well, and then I would argue what's happened in that person's life to make them see that, right? Because it's not true. Like you said, it's a narrative that the media and that the world sort of coalesces on us, but it's not true. It's far from true. White people are way more harmful. White men specifically are way more harmful to everyone than any other demographic.
100%. And so, okay, so let me just be clear. Yeah, but that can be true from your circle of friends, Tiffany, but not overall across the board. I just really want people to understand that that's not a thing. Because I can tell you that from my experience, the exact opposite is true. Yes, baby. Okay. 1 second. I'll get mommy do it. So so first of all, let me just be clear about something. It is not race that determines if you're a good partner or a good person or if you treat someone well. It is not the color of your skin that determines if you treat your partner well or not.
That part.
That ain't it. Okay? I just want to be clear. Whiteness is not an indicator of goodness in relationships. Like, I just, give me 1 second. Yeah, I just messaged her. I did it too, girl. Give me a high five. Oh, we're on the same level. Good job. Yeah, so I really want people to kind of like sit with this for a second. And in addition, so there's one thing to talk about biases and prejudgments and societal like stereotypes and narratives and reality. They are not the same thing. And correlation is not causation. It's just not. And so I just it really bothers me when I hear, and this is probably why my heart was so broken the other day when I was listening to Itchy and Liv and Dantrell and DeBoss and Dot right before the verdict in the Carmelo Anthony case. I don't even know what line I just said, Marky, to be honest. I don't even know what I said. I am tired for Black men. I am tired for them of continually being put, continually being put in the crosshairs and being made responsible for things and being dehumanized and being put down and all of that with no consideration for anything else. It really breaks my heart. Because in this country, in the United States of America, they have had absolutely everything stacked against them. Everything. I just want to be clear. And I really want people to stop for a moment and consider what it is like to be a Black man in the United States of America.
It's like walking on eggshells.
And this is where there are points of intersection. Exactly, Jermaine. There are things that Black men walk around all day long and can't get to do. And there are points of intersection, right? So we can understand the intersections of racism and sexism and ableism and homophobia and transphobia. There's all these different places of intersectionality. I want you all just for a moment. What does the bar have to be for a Black man to be considered a good Black man? What's the bar exactly? What's the bar, women?
I'm curious about that too. What is the bar?
What's the
I
bar?
don't even know the bar.
So Denise, to me, money is not a bar. Look, I see money, I see bar. So listen, the things that I saw people say immediately was money, job. Woo, that's a heavy question. Yeah, but this is what I'm asking. What is the bar to be a good Black man? So he got to be educated. He's got to be articulate. He's got to have a good job. He's got to have a lot of money. He's got to, what else? He's got to be faithful. He's got to have good character. What does that mean exactly? Good. I want us to be specific, y'all. What is enough? What is enough that?
But again, like you said earlier, why does it have to do with color? Why not just be a good man?
Why isn't it just because he's a dude, right? Because here's the point that I'm making behind this is a lot of these things that I see, I know a lot of Black men with all those characteristics. I know a lot of Black men with those characteristics. And people still step into the other side of the elevator when they get in. People still cross to the other side of the sidewalk. People still follow them around in stores. People still assume they shouldn't be driving the car that they are driving. People still, right?
Almost nothing is enough. It's endless.
I'm
Because
just
you can wear a suit,
Yeah.
look nice, dress nice, fresh haircut. Guess what? You're still a black man at the end of the day. Still gonna be viewed differently, no matter what. Hey, what you doing over here? Oh, what you doing in this building? What you doing in this area or that car?
I think there's a societal narrative that has for a long time communicated to people that white automatically equals right and white automatically equals good, even in our language, right? I'm just saying. And I think it's irresponsible of us if we don't acknowledge that, right? Oh, 100%. It's in the movies. It's in everywhere. But I want you all to understand something, like real talk for a moment. A lot of the factors that impact black families, they impact white families as well. They're just more prevalent in our families because of the infrastructure and the societies and the way that things have been done, right? So listen, what is the greatest cause of relationship breakups or marriage failures? What's the greatest culprit?
Money.
And do we know that we have a financial infrastructure in the United States of America that has been built to give one particular racial group an advantage in that category versus any other category? I'm just asking, can we all agree to that?
Yep.
Do by and large, black couples already have a higher bone or a higher probability for failure because of the infrastructures that have been designed and created in their lives?
I think that's what's the most when I hear these discourses around that, then it's so frustrating because people seem to either they willfully be obtuse or they just don't understand the socioeconomic conditions and history that we have faced. 400 plus years. We're talking about 400 plus years. Not 30, not 20, not 50, 400. From slavery, crushing of Reconstruction, Jim Crow, mass incarceration, many different financial crises.
So do you want to know one of the things that I want to see, Jermaine? Sorry to cut you off, but what I want to see is so conversations I started having with my grandson, who's 12, is, hey, babe, do you think you'd ever want to be in government or in law? And he's like, Tutu, I don't know. Okay, I mean, I want you to be and do whatever you want to be and do. And I believe in my heart of hearts that there should be strategic movement from black and brown, from marginalized groups overall. So I believe that black and brown people in the United States of America, women, right, members of the LGBTQIA community, and disabled people, I think that we should be intentional about getting as many people in our lives and in our communities that fall into those categories into Congress, into law schools, into the places that make and enforce and interpret the laws that govern our systems and build our institutions and infrastructures. They didn't do any of this shit by happenstance, and neither should we.
I agree, because if you look at the makeup of majority of these people in office, they come from very high income backgrounds. You are probably rarely going to see someone from an inner city, lower income neighborhood make it out and end up being a congressman or congresswoman. Like, it's because those are only people that can see through the lenses and look at, can see from different parts of life, understand of life. But from a person who comes from a $500,000 background, like, they ain't gonna be able to understand that. No, people have never set foot in the lower income, the ghettos. I'm not saying ghettos, but I just say the ghettos. They don't know. They don't care. They don't care to. So like, we can't expect them to pass any kind of working class policies or want to. So I agree.
It is a heavy, complex. So listen, take a deep breath if y'all need to. Y'all know I do not shy away from any conversation. And I love the intersectionality of conversations. Like, I want you all to see how seamlessly we have gone through this conversation. Follow me, you all. We started with Iran and Afghanistan and the military and men and race. And do you see how all of that? Appreciate you, Jody. This is evidence of the intersectionality of all of these things. They are. Oh, what happened? What in the world?
Maybe it'll,
TikTok is doing some crazy shit. The whole thing just went bloop. It just like
Yes,
all disappeared.
Yeah, start over because I like where you were going with that.
Well, hell, what was I saying?
Intersectionality of the conversation.
Yes.
And how they've spanned across so many different subjects, and it's just proof on the intersectionality of everything sort of being intertwined with one another. That's where you sort of were at.
Yes, and that because that is weird, all y'all. It all intersects. It kicked me off, and it's my own shit, proud. It kicked me off. But this is what I'm saying. So, like, when we start, it's one of the reasons why you don't see me having like very specific things on the background anymore, because it is all intersected and it all goes together, right? And so I really believe with every fiber of my being, we have to, so there's two pathways that we've got to be on. And I've talked about this parallel pathway since I got on this damn app almost 2 years ago. And the parallel pathway is, yes, we have to be addressing policy. Yes, we have to be addressing elections. Yes, we have to be addressing the issues and infrastructure and all of that. And at the same time, we have to be doing the work as to who we are as people, as individuals, with our biases and our prejudices and our bigotry in some cases. In all, we have to do that because, guys, we are who determines what this looks like and how it works. We make this stuff. We make the infrastructures, we make the laws, we interpret them. We are the person that we do those things. It's the reason why. Do y'all understand? This is the reason why we are now seeing memes with Kyle Rittenhouse on one side and Carmelo Anthony on the same side in the same country with similar laws and similar circumstances with wildly different outcomes. Why? Because it's the interpretation, it's the people, it's the bias, it's the prejudice, it's the hurt, it's the harm. It's that we haven't done. And that's the part, y'all. It's why y'all, and as soon as I say this, y'all know who I'm talking about. Tell me who the judge from Delaware, I think Delaware, that we all love. He just passed recently. But people would go into his courtroom and they would get treated like human beings. He was always compassionate. Who's the guy I'm talking about, y'all? What's his name?
I think it's in the top. I know what you're talking about.
Frank. That's Frank's Frank something. Yes, Mel Gray. Him. No, not Joe Brown. Fuck Joe Brown and the horse he rode in on.
Exactly.
Fuck his ass all day. I have a very visceral reaction to Joe Brown. Fuck Joe Brown. It just comes out. But yes, Frank Caprio. That's his name.
Yeah.
Frank Caprio. And so, but this is my thing, you all. That man would sit in that courtroom. And people would come in, and it might be a single mama who got a ticket on her way to a job interview. It might be an elderly person who's like 90 years old and made a turn and ran a stop sign. It might be somebody that had their 50th parking ticket or whatever, but they didn't have the money to pay the other thing. And the way that he approached every single one of them was first and foremost as a human being. He approached them with compassion. He approached them as human beings. Empathy. Yeah, he passed. And so, but this is my thing. He had the same laws as every other judge. Did he not? So
there's another gentleman, another judge out there, younger guy. I can't think of his name now, but I see his face. He does the same thing. I mean,
does he?
Oh yeah, he's like they're here for walking across the street. You actually gave him a ticket for that?
Yes.
No, get out of here. I mean, he's very much the same way.
Yep. And I've seen another one who he actually questions the prosecution about like the charges and the accounts and the this and the that. And so what evidence do da 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 before he even allows it to go. And so my point is, the reason I bring that up is to say, yes, we do have to address the laws and the systems and all of that. We do. And when we heal as human beings and we have people in those positions that are looking at all of us as human beings, and with compassion and with authenticity and with empathy, right? When we do that, what the law says, it ain't really like they're the people that get to interpret it. You know what I mean? And I really just want people to understand that's the parallel journey, y'all. Mm-hmm. The parallel journey is healing and fixing us so that we can create an infrastructure that doesn't have to be loopholed and all of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, yes. One of the problems is oh, I'm sorry, Danny. Thanks for having me up.
Oh, no, you're good. Well, listen, and I can still hear you. They can still hear you over here. While you are talking, I'm going to put this baby's noodles on the stove because y'all know It's noodle time in Mila's world. So I can still hear you, though.
Okay. So like one of the things we have to get buy-in from white people. You know, one of the things like in education, I have said that because of what racism is and what white supremacy is not taught in an academic setting until you get into like college. There are a lot of people walking around because they were never taught what it is in the academic setting, aren't able to see it when it's right in their faces because of inherent racism, as we call it. And until they do the work, I don't know how far we're going to get with it. I mean, we can point out to people that with the Carmelo Anthony thing, right? There's a history of racial bias and disparities in sentencing for the same crimes between white men and black men. So there's a history of it. So people have to go look at it, and if they're not getting it from their media sources, getting educated on it, it's kind of difficult to move forward.
That's true, Darnell. But I also agree with everything Danny said. Mm-hmm. With that, everything kind of just all connects. It's not one without the other. Right. I come from a background of having grown up in a community where the police were from the community, so they knew my name, they knew my parents' name. When we were young, if they saw us doing anything that we shouldn't have been doing, not necessarily bad, but just out of pocket, out late at night, they say, hey, get to the house. It was very, it was cool. I mean, the police were liked in our community because they were part of our community. Now, I just actually spoke to a friend of mine back home the other day, and there's one black officer on the force. And he said, he doesn't even look out for his own people. He's considered one of the bad guys in the community. So it's like, it's hard to, not only is it that the white side of people have to look at things and do things different, but we also have to take responsibility within our own families to make sure that our kids know about racism and all the isms, because a lot of kids don't even know who Martin Luther King is now.
We do have to take responsibility, and I've been, my kids are 13 and 10, and we often have these conversations because they go to predominantly white schools and all their friends are white, and having to tell my daughter, talk to her about, look, this, what I'm going to tell you is, it's kind of unfair, but this is what happens. If you get in with the mean girls and something kick off, everyone's going to look at you. Mm-hmm. And we all know that you are a brilliant young girl and you don't start shit. Well, they're going to look at you first. Having to tell her that at 13, reminds me of my parents giving me the talk back when I was a kid. We're still having to do this shit with our kids. And with the Carmelo Anthony thing, my son at 10, he's a small dude, right? He's short amongst his peers. So I teach him self-defense stuff, how to like end the conflict, like soon. Don't get into a big fist fight. This is what you do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think to myself, someone's going to mess with him. He's going to hurt them, and we're going to be up at the school.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but I tell them, do what you have to do. I got you. I'm going to be there for you. You know, do what you have to do. But he's not. You know, he has friends who love him, and they recognize he's like the smaller dude, and his friends take up his white friends take up for him whenever some shit kick off. You know, so but that's not always going to be the case.
If I could offer this to you all, there's a book. It's called Push Out, the Criminalization of Black Girls in Schools. If you don't know that this is a thing, there are reports about it. There are studies about it. But the criminalization and the sexualization of young Black girls in schools is a thing. And it's on top of that school to prison pipeline type thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is a subset that exists within that as well. And it's something that people really need to understand. Black girls, for example, are more likely to be disciplined than white girls, to the tune of Black girls account for 37% of in-school suspensions.
Wow.
Now so think about the population and how much of your school's population do Black girls make up, right? So they make up approximately like 17% of girls in public schools, right, are Black girls, but they represent almost half of school-related arrests.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Because I work in education because I teach. Whenever I have a chance to pop in the in-school suspension room, or see who's out of school suspended, and it's always majority Black girls and Black boys,
Mm-hmm.
right? And again, like that's not by that is by design. So it definitely like, and that speaks. I got on Steve live the other day because I was talking about so I was like, Black boys and girls don't get a chance to be kids. They do not get to really enjoy childhood. They are demonized and victimized when they're teenagers, basically when they hit teenage years, especially boys. Because in society, Black boys are viewed as men when they turn 12, 13 years old by society. Like that's just facts. Like people consider and say like Tamir Rice, Trayvon Martin, they were kids, but society views them as men. But they are not men. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, I don't care, even 19. You are a kid. You are barely scratching the surface of life. You are a kid. But society looks at them as monsters and men. And that's why we talk that, we're going to try them as an adult. That's a racial issue. That was applied to boys, Black boys and girls.
Sorry, for Tina, the title is called Push Out, and then the subtitle is The Criminalization of Black Girls in Schools. But there's several different reports out there for you. But yeah, no, I mean, that's a thing. And I want to I want to give you guys just like a little update real quick because it's important. So miraculously, and I am in no way, shape, or form surprised about this here shit. Miraculously, y'all, the president of the United States has called off his strikes against Iran tonight, and is now saying that that there has been an agreement that a U.S.-Iran deal approved by regional countries. Is it Tuesday? No, it's Thursday, but you got it. So listen to what he says. He says, quote, discussions and final points have been in both concept and great detail approved by all parties involved, including the United States, Israel, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Turkey, Qatar, Pakistan, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, Egypt, and others. And then he goes on to say, the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect until this transaction is finalized, time and place of the signing to be announced shortly. I want to be clear. There's no mention of Iran.
The main culprit.
I just need y'all to understand, nowhere did Iran say, we've agreed to shit. And I think it's really important that people understand. So listen, the belief in Iran, so listen to this, Iran says that there are no good, quote unquote, no good prospects for negotiations to succeed because the U.S. policy is to, quote unquote, negotiate with bombs. And I'm just, that is the sentiment that is coming out of Tehran. And this is what people don't understand. So I knew good and well that the other countries in the Middle East were going to be like, you're not about to go into take no Carg Island. The fuck you talking about? Right? Like if you think that all those Arab nations are going to sit back and be like, oh, sure. No, they're not.
Am I the only person who thinks that they look at this as a game? Like it's a game, like PlayStation game or Xbox game where they just they threaten to bomb. We'll just bomb them. We're just going. It's the weirdest stuff to listen to, the way that they talk about it.
because
Danny,
go ahead,
just so
John.
you're aware, in the Trump post, even though he didn't mention Iran, at 11 a.m. this morning, a report came out that senior national security officials from the UAE and Iran held a face-to-face meeting for the first time since the start of the U.S.-Israeli war against Tehran. According to people with knowledge of the situation, the week's meeting marked a stark turnaround for both sides and comes amid their growing acknowledgement of the importance of a calmer bilateral ties and preventing further escalation between the two states. So I'm curious what the UAE and Iran discussed that Iran wasn't in. I don't understand why Trump didn't mention Iran, but you're right. Iran is not saying anything.
Yeah, and you said that was at 11. What time did you say that was?
It literally came to me at 11 a.m.
So that was like 2.5 hours ago. So what I will also say, yes, baby girl.
What you just said, Danny, was just on CNN. I'm watching CNN now. It was just on 5 minutes ago. So,
girl, listen. This is why somebody need to be. This is why I need the big bucks. I'm just kidding. What, baby? Okay, let me check your noodles. Okay, but let me just to be clear. Iran said this morning, right? One of the members from the National Security Commission in their parliament said there are only two paths for Trump: surrender or surrender. Literally, he said he has no more paths than to surrender or surrender. Like literally, that's what they said. And this is one of the reasons why I think Americans have a hard time understanding the resolve of Iran and why we are where we are is because they have endured some of the worst sanctions you could ever put on a country. They have endured Persia. That's where they were. They Persia. This whole idea, the U.S. thinks, oh, I'm going to call your bluff, and then we'll just make a deal, and then we'll go over here. And they think that that's integrity. That is not the way that it works in Iran. They have a whole different, right, they ain't new to this. They true to this.
yeah.
And point that I will make while I go get her noodles, let me just say this. Here's the point that I will make. When have you ever heard of a threat coming to the United States of America and civilians go out their house, grab an American flag, and go stand on the bridges that are threatening to be bombed? You ain't never seen that shit.
Never seen it.
And you're not going to see it. But you did in Iran.
Mm-hmm. You did.
You did in Iran. Then people said,
You got to honor them all.
they said, listen, you're going to take all of us. Because at the end of the day, the way that I view it is, listen, I might have troubles in my own house, but you're not coming from my house. And that's the way Iranians feel. Is they might not like their regime. They might not like a lot of what's happening, but they're also not going to let somebody else like who the fuck are you?
Right. How ironic is it that he's concerned about the Iranian people, but he treats his own the Americans?
He's not concerned about them.
Exactly.
He's not, and everybody knows that he's not.
Just natural resources, like, and that's the thing. Like, this has always been the play. Like, Iran has played the long game in this. They've been waiting on this moment. They've been waiting on this forever. They prepare for this, and there is no off ramp. The only off ramp that Orange Man is trying to do is bomb their way into some kind of victory. But you can't. You can't. Like, you cannot do a regime change. And the only way for a regime change to work is not only do you have to topple the leader, but you have to topple the people. And you cannot do, if you can't do both, it's not gonna be successful. Like, the will of the Iranian people is running their principle. Iran is a principle. Like, we don't have to agree with their government or what they do or not. But we all can say that they are very principled in what they believe and stand firm by. They basically told the U.S., hey, if you keep bombing Lebanon, that is our hard line. We're not going to stop. You keep doing that, we're not going to stop. So it's like, this is years and years of preparation, years and years that Iran has played the long game in this. Like, you cannot beat these. They are very principled and they stand firm on what they believe in. And he's desperately trying to find some off ramp. He thinks his only way is to send drones and bombs. That's not going to work with Iran. Like, I feel like, and I'm going to say this, I think I don't know if what he did in Venezuela with kidnapping the leader, maybe that gave him this bold, egotistical boost, thinking that he can go anywhere and try to overthrow a leader and his people. But it didn't even work in Venezuela, to really be honest. So it definitely didn't work in Iran.
But see, everyone who like knew how the region works and knew about how to handle geopolitics with these people, they fired those people. The people who said, like, no, this is a bad idea. I mean, so, like, you know, back when I retired, I'm 23 years retired, right? And back when I was in the military, we often talk about what if to do with the with the Iranians. I'm sorry. And whenever that war games got played out, it always came out, no, this is a bad idea. Always. And that's why George Bush didn't do it. Bibi couldn't talk Obama into it. He couldn't talk Trump into it the first time because there were grown-ups in the room. He couldn't do it with Joe Biden because Joe Biden knew what the deal was. And Trump was a sucker because Lindsey Graham, it was reported, Lindsey Graham told Bibi how to pitch this idea to Trump and get him to go along with it. Isn't that crazy?
I feel like it's more second administration than his first, if I'm not wrong.
Okay, sorry, y'all. So I'm gonna do just a couple of more updates real quick because there's a couple of things that have developed that are important. Hold on. Okay, I gotta find the one that just went past me, but I need this back. So, that's because he's an idiot. That's why.
Can I tell you something quickly about some censoring now? I'm running into some censoring on the internet. So I would often go to Tasman News, the Iranian news, and there's this article about what we're talking about right now. And before I can finish reading it, it goes black.
That does not surprise me at all. Okay, so the part that I wanted to get to. John Bolton just gonna keep messing with these damn folk. He said Trump's latest Iran remarks reflect, quote unquote, a lack of strategy. He said, this is John Bolton saying, quote, this is Trump in typical fashion, kind of bragging about what he may do, making threats he may or may not follow through on, which is true. That's exactly what it was, which is why everybody said, And then he said, I don't think the Venezuela model taking control of Iran's oil and gas production facilities makes much sense because it ain't gonna happen, right? Because it ain't gonna happen. They not about to. It's not. And then he went on to say, the real question is what Trump is going to do to get out of the trap he's put himself in, because his objectives were not clear, because we haven't finished any aspect of what possible objectives might be. And he said, I think at this point he feels very, very pressured. He doesn't see an easy way out because there's not one. And something that I want to add for context, just so everyone does not forget, in about 4 weeks, China is going to be the only country with reserves. Don't forget that, you all. If we stay on this course, China is going to be the only country that has reserves. And it's really important that it's really going to hit home for people that think, oh, well, gas is $3.70, so it's not that bad. It's
going down for a little while.
They don't understand. But a couple of things that I wanted to say real quick is so just to reiterate, in case you missed me saying it before, we the other day hit a tanker off the coast of Oman, and it was an Indian oil tanker, and we killed 3 Indian crew members on that tanker. Just so we're clear, that was the United States of America that hit an Indian tanker and killed 3 members of their crew. We did that.
That was a war crime. That was a war crime, right?
It is. And we said it's because they violated our blockade on Iran. Well, you're in international waters. So that's a big deal. So understand the things that are happening behind the scenes. It's not just about what Donald Trump said today. It's not just about what's happening in Iran. It's understanding that you're fucking around with India right now, right? There are going to be other people involved. This is why geopolitics is important. When you think about China, when you think about the trade deal that the EU just signed with India, right? All of those things are really, really important. Appreciate you, Mr. Hollywood. Scott Bessent, which, by the way, bug him, especially during Pride Month. If you don't know, the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is gay, has a partner, has children, and works for this horrendous administration. Fuck him all day long. His children are going to need therapy for a really long time as well. So I'm glad they're rich. It makes me angry to see people. Yeah, it makes me angry to see that.
You don't rub elbows with people who despise who you are.
Yes, and so there's this other, and I know I'm bouncing around, y'all, forgive the ADHD, but there's this comedian who's Arab and he's Muslim, but he's oh my gosh, I can't think of his name right now. But he does these great shows now where it's a combination of real conversation like we're having now, right? Historical truth and his personal experiences. And so he talks about when he first was on this talent show years ago. And I mean 20 years ago. No, not Namish Patel. No. I believe Namish Patel is an Indian comedian. Yeah, he's not Muslim. And or Arab. So anyway, but he's talking about how the way that he won, think of it like American Idol for comedy, but in another country, right? And so he said the way that he won was when he got on stage and he started to tell jokes. He really didn't even have to tell a joke. He just had to make fun of who he was. So the first thing that he did was when he was introduced. No, I do love Sammy though.
Is it Max?
I saw Sammy live on Monday night. And
Did
he
you?
He was actually live. He had somebody in the audience live streaming to Reza in Gaza, but there was only one viewer for the show. But he's amazing. I love his comedy.
So it wasn't Mohammed Amir. It's not. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Y'all know how y'all do. Nope, not him either. I'm glad there's enough of them for us to not know who the fuck I'm talking about right now. But so let me just tell you kind of the deal. So this is what he says. when he won this thing, what happened is when they introduced him, basically the guy butchered his name, right? Because whatever. Hold on, let me see. Good gosh, y'all gonna keep going until we figure out the man's name. I'm not gonna be able to tell y'all the damn story. Nope, not her. It's a dude. Okay. Hey, money. And okay, so listen. So, but he says when he gets introduced, they mess up his name, and he says, my name is Ashley, and he does the whole thing, right? And Muhammad, I'm just making up things, but Muhammad, da 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 da, and he says it with all all the accents, all the inflections, all the everything, right? And he says this long ass name, and when he gets done saying his name, he then goes, and now we're all very uncomfortable, and the audience starts laughing, ha 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 ha, right? And then he says something to the effect of, Master Bronny. Oh my God, y'all are gonna keep going. Hold on, I'm gonna look. I even told y'all I can't remember the man's name. No, it's not Master Bronny. No. He got a whole head full of hair. The dude I'm talking about. And he's probably in his, I don't know, 30s. But anyway, but one of the things that what he said is that for the next however long, it wasn't that he had to think of jokes. He just simply had to denigrate who he was. And he had to make jokes because as if all Muslims are terrorists, right? So if all of his jokes just kind of referred back to that, right? Things are gonna blow up tonight, right? And then everybody's like, ha ha ha, and he was like, there is nothing more than that your oppressor loves. There's nothing more than they love than to see someone saying all the things about themselves that we say to be true. And he said, and so they didn't mind me. All of a sudden, I got a contract with ABC. Because I was willing to say things that indicated Muslims are terrorists, and I was willing to say things and tell jokes that made people like that. And if you noticed, no, guys, this dude is Muslim. He is not a black man. It is not Josh Johnson. Y'all killing me. Y'all gonna make me find them. Y'all gonna make me find the man. Jesus. Oh my word. Y'all are a lot. No, but Basim Youssef is not a comedian. He's an activist, right? And I mean, this guy does stand-up comedy. This is why we can't have nice things, because y'all are so focused on the man's name that you are missing the point of the story. I want you all to pretend that I'm talking about fucking Mickey Mouse right now, because it does not matter. The point is not who he is. The point is what he said.
Yes.
And we see it all the time. What does the Western society love about Richard Pryor or Eddie Murphy or any of these other black comedians? Why? It is because they were willing to make fun of themselves with the worst stereotypes perpetuated by people. You follow me? Right? And so one of the things that I want you all to remember, okay, is that is what they desire to see. Right. Same with women. They want you to denigrate yourself for them. Use the things that they say about you, and all of a sudden, oh, well, that's okay, because at least he's laughing about being a terrorist. He's making a joke, right? I want you all to stop and think about the things that we say about ourselves and our communities and the people that we belong to. And one of the other reasons I want you to pay attention right now is, how quiet are those people? Where are Black celebrities, the people who have quote unquote made it? Where are they in the face of what's happened with Carmelo Anthony? Where are they?
Nowhere to be found per usual.
And not saying anything, right? It's really important that, because it's that proximity to power, okay?
Yeah.
They're not willing to listen. I'm not the biggest, like you won't see, besides like maybe 3 songs, I don't know shit else about Taylor Swift's music, right? I know Shake It Off, and I know I don't know. But here's what I know is when the rubber met the road and she realized the position and the power and the influence that she had, when everyone around her said, you sure you want to jump out there? You sure you want to, right? Because this might be the end of your career. This might be the end of this. They might come after you. They might do whatever. And what did she say? Well, it's going to be what it is. And I don't see the same thing for a lot of the other folks.
They don't stand for it because the money in class got them wanting to stay in that. So,
and that's the intersectionality, right?
Yeah, and I think like as much as that's why like also I kind of like talk about not just racism though, but classism too, because I still think that's one of the biggest hurdles too in society, because these people think, they want close proximity to power and privilege and whiteness, that they are, people compromise their own or whatever soul or integrity that they have, all in the name to keep that status and that wealth.
Mm-hmm.
And
so, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say.
Living here in Atlanta, right? We talk about the racial income inequality, the racism, the segregation, but we gotta talk about the classism. The classism is such a big barrier here. Like that so-called like black, quote unquote, black wealth. That people hit a certain tax bracket, they kind of look down and they kind of like distance themselves from another brother or another woman making far less than they do. So it's like, yeah, that classism, it is, I feel like it's not talked about enough.
So I agree with you in terms of the intersectionality of those things. Speed, I want you to go ahead, and I know you wanted to say something, and then I'm coming back to the thing that I wanted to tell you 15 fucking minutes ago before I got distracted.
Go ahead. Since you got your thought back, go ahead.
I literally was like, what was I going to tell people? Hassan Youssef, who's one of the co-founders of Hamas, has been released from Israeli custody in the occupied West Bank. And that's the report that is coming out citing his son. He's 71 years old. He's been held without trial since October 2023. And so he's a senior leader of Hamas in the West Bank, having helped co-found the group in the 1980s. But he has been released in the West Bank. So I wanted to share that with you all, because when I saw it, I was like, holy shit. On another note, there's a very prominent physician, though, that is in Israeli custody that, and this is a doctor, folks. This is a doctor who has now been moved from, like, there have been so many cries for this man's release, but he's now been moved to solitary confinement into a facility that the room, there's barely enough to like sit and turn around. And what caused attention being brought to him again today is because he was briefly seen on the steps of the courthouse in Israel today. And so it again prompted people, right, they released they did, but not the doctor, 100%. Matter of fact, they moved him to solitary confinement. So I think that it's just, so here's my thing. I just think that, so I just watch for a minute and then wait to see what else happens. Because I'm just going to be 100% real. I don't trust these motherfuckers at all. I don't trust them at all. And what I do know is that there is a lot of things happening where the West Bank is concerned. So how many of you all are familiar with Alexander? He is the Russian activist who's in the West Bank. Do y'all know who I'm talking about?
With him, but I do know that the Israeli cabinet moved to approve 61 new settlements in the West Bank this past week.
Yeah, so he is there, and so he's been in the West Bank, John, now for a couple of years, and he does an incredible job. And he has amassed a significant following online where he shares. Huh?
What's his name again?
I'm going to give you. Hold on, I'll show you his page. Yes, baby. Yeah. Yeah, she needs to wake up. What, baby? Yeah. So, Andre, and I'm not even going to try to say this name, but it's A-N. Yeah, Andre X. Right, just Heather. But that's his Insta is the.andre.x. His last name is.
Can you spell it?
Yep, that's what I'm going to do. KHRZHANOVSKIY.
Damn.
Yeah, that's why I said Krasanovsky. Yep. Yep. And so, but on social media, he is Andre X. And so he does an incredible amount of documenting what Israel is doing in the West Bank because, and rightfully so, there's a lot of attention on Gaza, rightfully so. And the West Bank gets not covered enough. And so he does a lot. And so now Israel is concerned about him. He immigrated from Russia, get this, to Israel at first in 2022 after Russia invaded Ukraine. But he's been in the West Bank ever since that, documenting all of the things. Like, you want to talk about footage of settlers unaliving people, footage of the IDF and settlers together. They harassed the shit out of this boy. He's been taken into custody and all these different things a ton. But I think his online reach now it's almost at 1 million. And so there are concerns around him now, and that we're making news this morning, because I think Israel is very concerned about people beginning to see, yeah, girl, she is eating the noodles, Carla. Yes. Okay, so why don't the countries that brokered this deal back in the 40s help the Palestinians hold on to their land? So I think that, so let's talk about that for a moment, because I hear a lot, sometimes people will ask about the Arab countries and why they aren't doing this and why they aren't doing that. And the first thing that I would say is, before I add any more responsibility onto any more brown people, I'm going to hold white people accountable. So I'm going to need the West to stop arming Israel. I'm going to start right there before I add anything else to any brown people. Even if they could do it, I'm going to start with the white people that are making it possible. And so I'm going to need for the West to stop arming Israel and financing Israel. First and foremost.
Thank you for stating that.
Yeah, 100%.
He's really young, dude. He's really young.
Yeah. I think it's important that we stop. I hear people saying, well, why don't people in the Black community do A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z? Okay. And again, before you ask so some of you guys have heard me, I've gotten a little bit when people talk about Kamala Harris and Palestine and Gaza. I get really pissed, because there has never been a single white man that was held out of the White House for not fucking fixing Gaza. Never, right? We are going to lay at the feet of the one Black woman the shit that men created and nobody was even expected to address in their entire time. And don't say, oh, it's because of October 7th. Bullshit. Israel has been attacking Gaza and Palestine since its fucking inception.
Okay.
3
Right?
days after, 3 days in 1952, I think it was, or 56, I think it was. I read 3 days after they started attacking.
Oh no, I can go back further. Okay, so you are new to my community. Do y'all mind if I use this moment for a little bit of education? I'm a documents girl, and I love it. So Sissy, can you do me a favor? See Tutu's medicine that's right there.
Tutu, we said words on the same time, like Tutu.
Did we say it at the same time? Yeah. Can you have me see those two things of medicine right there? Right there. Both of those. Yep. Nope. Those two bottles right there. Yep. That one and that one. Thank you. My back is really bad today. For those of you who do not know, I've had 4 knee surgeries, all on the right knee, and 3 back procedures. And sometimes this shit be real. Yes, baby. Yes, one piece. All right. So 1 second. What's up, Underground? So I want to go back. Hey, Abu Malik. Danikins, can we do a Pally panel tomorrow? Yeah, John needs to come into Discord. Okay, so just before I go into this, all of the documents that I'm about to reference are in my link tree. Okay? So I want to go back first. And if you've heard this before, that's okay. Repetition is good. It's how we learn. Okay. All right. So here we go. So you have to go all the way back, John, to the 1800s, the late 1800s, and the early 1900s to understand how Israel came to be a thing. And bring it to me. Let me see it. And so the one gentleman that we would be focused on in terms of the, yeah, baby, is Herzl, right? That is the guy who came up with this political ideology, this political idea of a national home for Jews somewhere in the world. And for everyone who doesn't know, the choices prior to it being determined that it would be Palestine at one point was like part of Kenya or Uganda, Argentina, even part of New York City, even part of New York was considered as one of the potential locations, right? One of the potential locations for this national home for Jews. Okay, so this is not and has not ever been about Jewish people returning back to their homeland. It's not about that. Okay. Number 2, come into 1914, 1915 with what was happening in 1914, 1915, World War I, right? And World War I, the Brits and the French and all these folks, they want some of that land over there in that Middle East, them Arab countries, right? And at that time, Palestine and others were under the umbrella of the Ottoman Empire. Okay. And so the Brits actually went to, let me see if I can show you guys real quick. Okay. So there was correspondence that happened between British High Commissioner of Egypt, Sir Henry McMahon, and then Sharif Hussein bin Ali of Mecca. That correspondence between them was an agreement. And basically what the Brits said was, hey, listen, Arab countries, if you will uprise and rise up against the Ottoman Empire, right, and help us topple it, we will recognize and work to uphold your existence as sovereign, independent countries. If you did not know that, put a 1 in the chat for me. If you did not know that that was part of the deal. Yeah. Girl, you just ate noodles. Okay. Well, so this is the thing. So they made this deal and they basically said, with the exception of Egypt and Syria, because they were not entirely Arab nations, that was the deal, right? The British government said to the Arab countries, listen, we will. Yeah, she did. I know. She's a bottomless pit. She's got a growth spurt pedal is what it is. But they said, listen, if you will help us overthrow the Ottoman Empire so that we can win World War I, then we will recognize your existence as independent, sovereign nations, right? So this is what happened. The Brits, because they are full of shit, then went behind the backs of the Arabs and they made a deal with the French. That deal was called the Sykes-Picot Agreement. How many of you all have never heard of Sykes-Picot? So Sykes-Picot is spelled SYKES dash Pico, PICO. Okay.
It's a new one on me.
Is
I've
it?
never heard of it.
Yay!
Yeah,
I love when people learn.
Everything you've said so far is news to me. So please continue, please.
Okay, so this was a secret agreement. It was a treaty that was signed by two diplomats. Yes, baby. Yes, you can go on the porch. Okay, and this would become the basis on which the Levant region was shaped for years to come, and it's the reason why the Arab nations they resent Sykes-Picot, because basically the Brits stabbed them in the back. They stabbed them in the back. They made a secondary agreement with the French and said, hey, listen, when we win World War I and we topple the Ottoman Empire, you can have this and we'll have this and we'll divvy it out. So the Western countries went behind the backs of the Arab countries and they made their own agreement afterwards. Okay. Which is why people feel the way they feel. Okay.
White people lied? Shocking.
It's just absolutely astounding. Why? I never. But anyway, so you get that. So fast forward, you get the Sykes-Picot Agreement is signed in 1916, I believe in May. 1 second, let me look. May 16th, 1916. Okay, that's when they signed this agreement. So fast forward to 1917. So keep the dates that I just gave you. May 16th, 1916. Okay. The French and the Brits decide, hey, when we win World War I, we're going to divide up these Arab nations and territories, right? And they did that, backstabbing the Arab nations that the Brits had already made an agreement with. And so then you fast forward to November of 1917. And in November of 1917, there is an exchange that occurs, a letter, a correspondence. And it is from Lord Balfour of the Brits, right? And this declaration becomes known as the Balfour Declaration after Lord Balfour. And I'm going to read it because it's important. I'm a word girl, and the verbiage matters. Okay.
Someone actually put that in the chat,
yeah.
Probably when you started this conversation, someone actually put that in the chat.
Yeah.
I had never heard of that either.
Oh yeah, so all of this is in my link tree. Like there's a whole section on all of these documents and all this whole timeline that I'm giving you. It's all in there, right? So we are at 1917, and so here's when you read the declaration. Here's what it says. This is November 2nd, 1917, and it says, "Dear Lord Rothschild." Now I'm going to pause. That is the Rothschilds of the Rothschilds family. This is the Rothschilds of the banking system. This is the Rothschilds we're talking about. And at this time, Rothschild was head of the Zionist Federation. Okay. There was a huge Zionist movement that was happening in Great Britain at the time. And so you had that Zionist movement that was happening over there. You had Herzl that was putting together and advancing this Zionist movement. There was the establishment of the Zionist Congress, which is still an establishment today. If you don't know about it, holy fuck, it's a big deal. And you had prominent people in British leadership that were getting on board with this idea of a national home and a national home for Jewish people somewhere in the world. Okay. And so they had been petitioning. Remember, they're shopping this idea around now for a while. For about 15, 20 years, they are looking, where can we create a national home for Jewish people in the world? They considered Uganda, remember, part of New York, blah, 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 whatever. And so they had put together this proposal. And they put this proposal together and they sent it to the British Parliament. And this was the idea. And so Lord Balfour is replying to them about this proposal that they have sent. Yeah, I know, Dash, but he's replying to them about this proposal that's been sent to the British Parliament. And here's what he says. Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you, on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the cabinet. So this was something that was legally approved. It was approved by the cabinet in Great Britain. Okay, specifically sent on behalf of the Zionist Federation that was composed of Jewish Zionists. Things that are important to point out. All Jewish people are not Zionists. Okay, all Zionists are not Jewish people. One of the largest segments of Zionists that exist are Christian Zionists. It's one of the biggest problems that the United States of America has. It's why our government capitulates to Israel all the fucking time. But just, I want you all to hear me when I say that, okay? And he says, His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. I'm going to pause with that one sentence. You'll hear people say, Palestine doesn't exist. Palestine never existed. Palestine didn't. For fuck's sake, he literally said where. He did not say, this isn't, words matter. He did not say, His Majesty's government views with favor the re-establishment of Jewish people in their national home or Jewish people in their homeland. He said the establishment, first time, not anything, establishment in Palestine. So don't tell me Palestine didn't exist or it wasn't recognized, because they didn't say, oh, in this land that used to be part of the fucking Ottoman Empire. They specifically said in Palestine. Yes, baby. Ask Bubby to get it for you. Okay. She said, I left my phone outside on the balcony. There's a bee out there. I'm not getting it. So, girl, go get your older brother. He'll get it. She said, I left that shit and ran. I said, okay, girl. Dominic, she left her phone on the balcony and she's scared of the wasp. Can you grab her phone for her, please? Thank you. So then he goes on to say this. He goes on to say that we view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. And in a minute, we're going to talk about what those best endeavors were, y'all. Okay. And he says, but to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. In other words, leave the fucking Arab people alone. Don't mess with them. The Arab Christians, the Arab Muslims, leave them alone. Don't infringe upon their civil rights or their religious rights. Yes, baby. Okay, well, you have to wait because you already had one. And then it says, and then, ma'am.
If I get the web charger.
Well, then get it. Here, you can use this one for a minute. You're welcome. Okay, and then he goes on to say, also, right, nor of the existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and the political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. That second part is really, really important, y'all. Listen, they said, not only do you need to leave the Arabs alone that are Muslims or Christians that already exist, right? Not only do you not infringe upon their civil rights or their religious rights, but you don't infringe upon the rights and political status of Jewish people that don't live there. I'm here to tell you they did not abide by either of those two things. Either of those two things. Can I read that one more time? I can. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. And then he goes on to say this is closing. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge, he did not say of the Jewish people, he said of the Zionist Federation. So anyone who wants to tell you that this is not about Zionism is full of shit. Full of shit. It was Jewish Zionist aspirations. It was the Zionist Federation. And it's clearly laid out in this historical document, point blank, period. Okay.
And it's pre-World War II.
Yes. Oh, this is 1917. This is in World War I, as a matter of fact.
This is crazy work, man. Crazy work.
Yeah, this is World War I. Okay. And what's really important about this is a couple of things are happening. So the World War I has been going on now for 3 years.
3 years.
Great Britain said this shit is costing too much money. What the hell are we doing right now? We need some help. Now, who do we know that's got money? The Rothschilds. Do you know what the banking system, do you know what the Rothschilds banking system was predominantly known for at that time? Governmental loans. Did y'all know that?
I actually saw a fascinating thing last month about how the banking system was set up and how the interest is perpetually always supposed to be paid. So no country will ever actually get out of debt because of how the interest is set up specifically. So even though we show $39 trillion in debt, there's not a damn thing we can ever do to erase it. Because of the amount of interest that we pay on those loans.
Yep. And the loans are specifically through the banking system that was established and set up by the Rothschilds. Okay. Now, follow me. You have to also understand that the Rothschilds were doing government loans to the Brits and to the USA. I don't know if you all know, right? But the Rothschilds are how we got our railroad systems in this country. They were paid for. You know, when you play Monopoly and you got those 4 major railroads, that shit was paid for by the loans from the Rothschilds.
The highway system too, right?
Yes. Even the majority, the first big hub of New York subway, Rothschilds. Right, Dash, and the Germans and the French. Exactly. So now follow me. And by the way, that's also in my link tree. If you've never done it, just Google Rothschilds Archives, right? And then Google government loans, U.S. railroads. What's his name? Arthur Belmont. Look up Arthur Belmont. Arthur Belmont is somebody that the Rothschilds were sending to look at the destabilization that was happening in another country. And on his way there, he stopped off in New York to look at how their investments were going with the United States of America. Come to find out that the folks that were supposed to be managing that had actually died or weren't there. So his ass just said, you know what? I don't think I'll go on to that other country. I'll just stay here. He opened their very first office in New York, overseeing the Rothschilds' investments in the stock market. And guess where he opened that office at? Wall Street. Wall Street. So anyway, all right. So here's the deal. So we are now at November of 1917, where the Brits have said to the Zionist Federation, yes, we will help you build a national home for Jewish people in Palestine, as long as you don't mess with the rights of the non-Jewish folks that already live there or the rights of Jewish people that live anywhere else in the world. Spoiler alert, they did both. Okay. So we already know that we have a system at that point, a war that is costing the Brits a shit ton of money. And there's a problem with that. So who is not involved in World War I at that time? What major country is not involved in World War I in November of 1917?
Russia?
Us.
Oh.
We are not in. We are not in. And it's a very costly war. And I think the Brits and the French would like some help. Who do you think would be the only people that would have leverage to get the U.S. to say, yeah, I'll come join?
The Rothschilds.
And we did in April of 1918. Just 3 months later, after the Balfour Declaration, the United States of America joined World War I. We sure did.
So the Rothschilds, because of their leverage with the money, literally dictated that we go.
I don't know that they dictated. I'm just saying, because correlation isn't correlation isn't causation. What I will say is, no, USS Liberty didn't happen until 1967. I am literally still in 1918. So USS Liberty did not happen, okay, until 1967. It didn't have shit to do with what we're talking about right now. Okay? So now we are into 1918, and the United States of America is now part of World War I. Okay? And now we're going to go to, okay, so all of this happens. We know what happens. We know the winners. We know the losers. And then 1922, this thing was established called the League of Nations. Okay? Yep. So 1922, the League of Nations is created. And let me see. Let me give you this part of it. I believe I'm looking at section 22, but give me a second. Ugh. Oh, there we go. Yes, baby. Yes, baby.
Brain overload today. Just want to say, like, love it. I love learning, and so this is so fascinating to me. But definitely brain overload today.
Okay, Speed Racer, appreciate you. Yeah, love that. I'm glad you're here, John.
The notes are I've been writing.
So yeah, there used to be people that would come into my lives, and they would go, I brought my notebook. They're like, Danny, I'm ready. I brought my notebook. Okay, so the League of Nations is established, and Article 22 of the Covenant of the League of Nations specifically, yeah, absolutely, Jermaine. The Covenant of the League of Nations, Article 22, specifically addresses Palestine and the establishment of. Well, it doesn't. So I'm just going to paraphrase it. Well, I won't. Listen, it says, Article 22 says, to those colonies and territories which, as a consequence of the late war, that being World War I, have ceased to undergo the sovereignty of the states which formerly governed them, and which are inhabited by peoples not yet able to stand by themselves under the strenuous conditions of the modern world. All of that is bullshit about why we want to take over your brown country. Bullshit about why we want to take over your brown country. I just want to, that's all that is. You should just hear my words in here, want, like the teacher from Charlie Brown, because that's all it is. It's horseshit. And it says, to those of you all that this applies, right? There would be applied the principle that the well-being and development of such peoples from a sacred trust of civilization, and that securities for the performance of this trust should be embodied in this covenant. And the best method of giving practical effort to this principle is that the tutelage of such people should be entrusted to advanced nations, who, by reason of their resources, their experience, and their geographical position, can best undertake this responsibility, and who are willing to accept it, and that this tutelage should be exercised by them as mandatories on behalf of the League. Now, very important that you all stay focused on me and not the trolls. So what they just said, and I'm summarizing it, right, is they just said, right. So what they just said in Article 22 of the Covenant of the League of Nations, right, is, hey, listen, those of you that were part of the Ottoman Empire that don't have the ability to fight us off. We're going to be your big brother, and you should trust us with this sacred trust and this principled relationship that we're going to help you stand on your own 2 feet because we've got the resources and the experience to help you do that. Horseshit. What they didn't say is, by the way, we told the Zionist Federation that they could establish a home for Jewish people in your land. They didn't say that. Yes.
Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying,
I
girl.
sang ding 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 before I take you down. Ding. I was singing that.
You were singing that?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And so he says so this is what you learned in school as the president, the British mandate. That's what you learned in school. You learned that this was called the British mandate, where the Brits were given a mandate over Palestine, right, to help them, but really wasn't helping them. It was giving away their land to other people. And so listen to what it says. It says the character of the mandate must differ according to the stage of the development of the people, the geographic situation of the territory, its economic conditions, and other similar circumstances. Certain communities formerly belonging to the Turkish Empire have reached a stage of development where their existence as independent nations can be provisionally recognized. It astounds me why the white Western world believes that they get to determine who gets to be recognized. Like, who made y'all the recognizers? Who made y'all the fucking recognizers? But okay.
You know what it made me think of, Danny, quickly? It made me think of, what's his name, that drew the line that separated India and Pakistan.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think his name right now.
Right.
Oh, we just draw the line right here.
Yeah, right here, because we say so. And then listen to this though. Listen to what it says. The wishes of these communities must be a principal consideration in the selection of the mandatory. Who asked Palestinians?
Nobody.
Right. And then it keeps going. But so now all I want you to really understand about this is that the British mandate was what happened in Article 22 of the Covenant of the League of Nations. And that is what put the territory of Palestine under the Brits. Okay. And that is when they began the establishment of this national home for Jewish people. Now, I also then want to show you that what we knew is that they were going to withdraw from, so when I say they, the Brits, right? The British mandate was going to end, and they were going to withdraw May 15th of 1948. Okay? Oh my goodness. This is why people think it has something to do with World War II. And it doesn't. Because this shit was decided upon long before World War II started. World War II didn't start until 1939. Okay? But it was 18 years before that they were told they could put a national home in Palestine. Okay? It has nothing to do with the H cost. I'm going to say that one more time with all 10 toes and my full ass chest. The establishment of Israel has absolutely nothing to do with the H cost. Nothing. Okay? Just so we're clear. And, well, hold on. Let me get to the other part that I have for y'all, because I have another one that you're going to be like, what the fuck is this? So, when did I say World War II started? 1939. What would you say if I told you that Zionist organizations actually met with the leaders in Schmatzi, Germany, and made a deal to take the Jews from Germany to Israel? What if I told you that the Zionist organizations actually met with and made an agreement with the Schmatzi Germany to move the Ashkenazi Jews to Palestine.
That's crazy work.
It is
So
called.
Germany helped build. You're saying Germany helped facilitate that move?
Yeah.
Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what they
I just
agreed,
wanna make
because
sure I'm
you got to
tracking.
remember, they didn't want the Jewish people there anyway, right?
And we didn't want them here, which is why we
And
were in on all of this.
so 1933, 6 years before World War II, okay, the Zionists met with the Schmatzis. Do y'all understand how crazy that is? The people the Zionists met with the Schmatzis and made a deal. It is called the Havara Agreement. Haavara. And it's the Havara Transfer Agreement.
Can you spell that? Sorry, Danny. Can you spell that?
Nope,
again?
you're good. It's Haavara. And so the Zionist organizations agreed to purchase a bunch of German goods. Thank you, Taylor. And then they agreed to allow fleeing Jews to salvage some wealth and then take it with their asses into Palestine in 1933.
Wow.
Okay.
I'm looking at it now. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, right? Okay. So
back then it was 12 years before World War II. Yeah, but I'm thinking you're going to say 1957, 12 years after, not 12 years prior.
1933.
Already decided to take these people's land.
They had decided that back in 1917.
Crazy work.
And actually, that was just when the Brits agreed. They were trying to make it happen since the late 1800s. Herzl, this was his idea. This was a political move. He actually was laughed at first. Like, he literally was laughed, and then he wrote this little political proposal, and he shopped it around. All of this is way before 1948. All of this is way before 1948. Right, Elcano, Theodore Herzl. That's him. Okay? So, it's crazy. So, let me tell you how it worked. The immigrants took their money and put it into a German bank account. And that bank account was able to purchase German manufactured goods, right? And then they were shipped to Palestine. And then those Ashkenazi Jews were able to recover a portion of their funds in Palestinian currency after the goods were sold.
Damn.
Hella, Raja. Okay. So, it's absolutely wild. But this is what happened.
This is some deep shit.
Yes, you're welcome. You're welcome. So this agreement between, and I think it's important to say it just like this agreement between those Zionist organizations and Schmatzi Germany, it facilitated the migration of approximately 60,000 Jews to Palestine.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Crazy. And they were able to retain some of their wealth as a result, and kind of gave them a little leg up where they were going, right? Now we're in 1933. We got the Havara Agreement. 1939, World War II starts, right? 39 to 48, we have World War II happening. Okay. Now, I want you to get to May. Yes, baby. No, it ain't. Bring it here. It's not. Let me show you. Come here. So, what, girl? It's saying what? Girl, you sound tired. No, it's on. All you have to do is push this button right here. That one. Okay? Girl, let me see. See? Okay. Let me make sure you're good to go. I don't care, but you know there might be a wasp. It's charging now. Let it charge. And listen, if you want to paint your rainbow arts and craft thing that Tutu got you, if you bring me the box, I'll open it for you. And yeah, the one with the rainbow, not the butterfly. The butterfly is Sissy's. Girl, yes.
I love it.
She said, "Girl, yeah, that's what I just said." Okay, now listen. While I open that, here's what you need to do. You need to move those 2 pillows, and you know your art board. Put your art board on the floor because we don't paint on my floor. Go ahead, put it down on the floor. You want to paint right here, close to me, or you gonna paint over there? Close to me. Come on, girl. Come on, girl. Because you love me, girl. How much?
1,000 billion.
Yes.
Wow. I love that. Okay, so listen. Over there in my gray bag where my paints are is look at me so you understand. Is one of the little cups for your water in it for your paintbrushes.
I don't think I know that.
I think because you weren't listening, you were dancing. Look, in the gray bag that's on the floor where all of my paints are. On the other side, my big gray bag. Watch the light on the other side, Sissy. Go to the other side.
Be careful.
Oh, she's not gonna be careful. Okay, come here, girl. Listen, right here. You need to take this. Well, where did it go? Are you laughing at me?
No,
Ah, well, it sounded like you laughed, girl.
I'm laughing at the black thing.
Oh, the thing that fell?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, Dominic,
Me?
Sissy, go look in the bathroom and see if the cup for the water, for the paint water is in there. Okay. Okay, so where am I at? 1939, Havara Agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Yours.
You did our agreement, and then you went into 39 to 45 was the WW2.
Yep, 39 to 48.
48, sorry.
Okay, so listen, I need you to help her. You know the little cups that we put the water in for them to paint, or get one of the jars. Yep, get a jar. And I need some water for your sister so she can paint. So look, she got a little crafting kit. That way we don't just do technology. So they do, especially the younger girls, they do 20 minutes of writing or 20 minutes of reading every day. And then they have to do arts and crafts and or outside time in case it's raining or I'm working. Okay. Here you go, Dom. Here, Dominic got it for you, Sissy. Okay. So we are at, yep, put it right down there on the board. And give her a couple of paper towels so she can wipe her paintbrush out. Mimi, if you don't like this little paintbrush that they gave you and you want to use one of Tutu's paintbrushes, you can. Okay. Well, because this one's a little small. So you can use that one or you can use a bigger one. You want to use that one? Okay. Put it down. All right. Okay. So next. So 1939 to 1948, World War II. Okay. And here's the thing. The Brits are getting ready to start to leave. The British mandate is coming to an end. And by all intents and purposes, what's supposed to have happened is that the Brits have supposed to help the government and the people of Palestine set up their own infrastructure, set up their own systems and their own technology so that they can function, quote unquote, in modern society and be recognized if that was actually the goal. Okay, that's what should have occurred by now.
And that's under the League of Nations, right? That's what they were saying.
Under the League of Nations, the Covenant of the League of Nations, Article 22. Yes.
Yeah, gotcha.
And so the next part is when it gets really wild. Now, the next document that I'm getting ready to share with you is also in my link tree. And it was just declassified in 2018. Okay. And so, hold on. It is from May 4th, 1948. And there's actually some other documents that happened before this and after this, but this one is the main one that I'm going to share with you now. And I just want to show it to you so that you can see it. No, keep my current selection. So this comes from the Office of the Historian. I just want you to see it so that you can see that I'm actually reading from the State Department's website, the Office of the Historian. This is from May 4th, 1948. It was originally labeled secret. It's in reference to Palestine. Okay. So you can go back and read more of these, but this one is the one that I want to reference for right now. So
What was the title of that again, Danny? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's a long ass title. But if you just put in, like, if you were to Google, John, Google denial of the refusal of the Jewish Agency, 1948, it will come up. If you just Google refusal of the Jewish Agency. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Then get a different one, love. Okay. All right. So here's what's important about this. Okay. And let me share this with you folks over here. So at this point in time, we know that there has been this movement and this transfer of Ashkenazi Jews into Palestine to create this national home for Jewish people, right? What would later become known as Israel. And they exploited the fuck out of that, because Israel wanted to continue to expand and take more than they were originally given. Okay. And I can't answer you right now. Okay. And so I'm just going to read the first bit. What? Okay. It's in that bag right there, Mila. And you can ask Dominic to help you. Okay. So I'm just going to read a little bit of this document. And here's what it says. This is a draft memorandum by the Director of the Office of United Nations Affairs, who is Rusk, to the Undersecretary of State, who is Lovett. And the subject is stated, quote, future course of events in Palestine. The refusal of the Jewish Agency last night to agree to our proposal for on-the-spot truce negotiations in Palestine on the grounds that they could not accept the quote-unquote moral obligation to undertake such conversations rather clearly reveals the intention of the Jews to go steadily ahead with the Jewish separate state by force of arms. Okay? So they are telling you that the Brits, the night before, had been trying to get the Jewish Agency to have truce negotiations, which tells you there was conflict, right? And their response is, no, we have a moral obligation to fight, to take this land. Yeah, they cannot accept the moral obligation of a truce. And here's what they went on to say. Dominic, can you please help Mila get paintbrushes? And then they go on to say, while it is possible that Arab acceptance of our proposal might place the Jewish Agency in such a position via public opinion that it would have to go through the motions of looking for a truce, this should sound slightly familiar. It seems clear that in light of the Jewish military superiority, which now obtains in Palestine, the Jewish Agency will prefer to round out its state after May 15th, which is when the Brits are supposed to withdraw, and rely on its armed strength to defend that state from Arab counterattack. Now, this part's really, really important. Dom, Sissy, I think you have a paintbrush on your bathroom sink because I washed it out from where you guys were painting. So he says, listen, the Brits are about to leave, okay? And the Jews are not wanting to have a peace agreement or a truce. We've now developed and equipped them jokers, right? They have a superior military now. They have zero interest in a truce. And so they are going to, by force, attempt to create their own state, and they're going to rely on their own arm strength to defend themselves. And this is the part that I think is important, from Arab counterattack. Not from Arab attack, from Arab counterattack, right? And the document goes on to say this: military operations after May 15 will probably be undertaken by the Haganah with the assistance of the Jewish terrorist organizations Ergen and Stern. No, I don't know what you're Hamas wasn't formed until the 1980s, so I'm not sure what you're talking about, Invisible String. So listen, you all, the Haganah was the Jewish police force, the Jewish military, okay? But we also knew that they had terrorist organizations. It literally says it in this United Nations document. It says military operations after May 15th will probably be undertaken by the Haganah with the assistance of the Jewish terrorist organizations Ergen and Stern. Just so you all know, Ergen and Stern did in fact become wrapped up together in the Haganah. That is what makes up the IDF today. Okay? And then it says copies of Counsel General Wasson's excellent reports, because the General Wasson from the Brits, he'd done a report on the day before. And that report outlined and said, listen, if this happens, that happens, this happens, this happens, holy shit, it's going to be bad, right? And so he says, listen, we attached his reports. And it says they provide the estimate of the British General Officer Commanding as to the probable course of military events after British withdrawal on May 15th, okay? And he says, if these predictions come true, we shall find ourselves in the UN confronted by a very anomalous situation. The Jews will be the actual aggressors against the Arabs. However, and I'm reading this verbatim. Hold on. I really want y'all to...
Danny, real quick, is this Stern that you mentioned, the name the same Stern from the Bear Stearns family too?
I don't know. Ergen and Stern is the specific organization, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. Oh, it was an organization. I thought it was different people. So.
No, Ergen and Stern were the terrorist organizations.
Okay.
So, so let me just show you. Okay, everybody can read that. Would it be helpful if I did this? How about that? That's pretty good. I'm going to raise this up some. There we go.
I got a small phone and I can see it. So.
Okay, so cool. So here's what it says. So it says, if these predictions come true, we shall find ourselves in the UN confronted by a very anomalous situation. The Jews will be the actual aggressors against the Arabs. However, the Jews will claim that they are merely defending the boundaries of a state which were traced by the UN and approved, at least in principle, by 2/3 of the UN membership. The question which will confront the Security Council in scarcely 10 days' time will be whether Jewish armed attack on Arab communities in Palestine is legitimate, or whether it constitutes such a threat to international peace and security as to call for coercive measures by the Security Council. The situation may be made more difficult and less clear-cut if, as is probable, Arab armies from outside Palestine cross the frontier to aid their disorganized and demoralized brethren who will be the objects of Jewish attack. In the event of such Arab outside aid, the Jews will come running to the Security Council with the claim that their state is the object of armed aggression and will use every means to obscure the fact that it is their own armed aggression against the Arabs inside Palestine which is the cause of the Arab counterattack.
Do you know what's insane about everything you just read?
What's that?
Is that, so I'm connected to a chat that's coming out of the region. And every single time Israel launches an attack on Hezbollah, on Lebanon, on Iran, on Gaza, they always claim it's in response to a violation of the other group. When
Right.
the other group didn't even do anything.
No.
Multiple times. Like the majority of the time, the other group responds 2 weeks later to something they did and they go, oh, you broke the deal. Now we're going to do it again. Like that's literally what you just read. And when was this?
Oh, this is May 4th, 1948.
Yeah, and here we sit 80 years later, 78 years later.
Yeah, so this is Hasbara. So Hasbara, so these are the talking points, you guys. So cute, sissy. But so the talking points are always, does Israel have the right to defend itself? Does Israel have the right to exist? Like those are the talking points. But the reality is that no nation, to be quite frank, has the right to exist. Nations come and go. It's the people that have the right to exist. There's no state that quote unquote has the right to exist. The United States of America didn't have a right to be here. Ask Native Americans, ask Indigenous Americans. Does the United States of America have the right to exist? The answer is fuck no.
You know, I had a discussion with someone about how Israel is not a country; it is a people.
Right.
And that you can't get that across some people's minds. They can't think deeply about it.
Yeah, right. It's the states of stolen land. Exactly. And so listen, so it's people, it's human beings that have the right to exist. And listen, so just to John's point a second ago, and I think that this is really important to talk about, okay, is your phone geeked out. That's okay. You know, TikTok been acting crazy. He's back.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. It's all good. But this is a continuation of what we have been seeing for a very long time, right? And I just really need for people to understand that the state of Israel's creation had nothing to do with World War II, has nothing to do with the H cost, has nothing to do with returning back to their homeland. It has nothing to do with any of that at all. And it is a political ideology it's completely different. And I think it's really important. And like I said, Zionism is not the same thing as Judaism. Not all Jews are Zionists. Not all Zionists are Jews. And one of the largest groups of Zionists that exist are Christian Zionists. And that's because of the Bible. So go back to the Schofield Bible, and you'll also find one of the biggest perpetrators of bullshit as to how we got to where we are. Is the way that the Schofield Bible was written, and you know, the whole chosen people, whatever thing. Okay, so if I fast forward to for where we are right now, so and a lot of people have gotten upset when, but again, this goes back to the intersectionality, right? Oh, thanks, John. It goes back to the intersectionality, doesn't it? So we started out this whole live, you all, almost 4 hours ago, talking about Iran and talking about Afghanistan and the United States of America and military interaction and the involvement of the West in the Middle East. We have gone all the way around the country through sexism and racism and our judicial systems and all the isms and bias and prejudice and all the way back around to where are we at again? We are here again in the Middle East with the Brits and with the United States of America and with racism and with,
Wow, how it came full circle.
Full circle, right? And so that's what I mean when I keep saying that it is all connected. And the thing that I would say to everyone who, especially, listen, I am not like most people. If you want to talk to me about Christianity in relationship to Israel, or if you want to talk to me about Christianity in general, whether it's about if it's about gay people, if it's about black people, whatever you want, if you want to talk to me about Christianity, when it comes to any of those topics, come with it. And what I'm going to ask you is make sure that you bring your Bible. Let me know which version you want to read from. And you may find it handy to also have a strong concordance in that conversation, because this heathen knows her Bible.
I would actually love to have a conversation. I had some, obviously not today, but I would love to be a part of a conversation with you about that, just because of you mentioning your upbringing. And I know I was raised up in the Christian, but one of my biggest problems right now with the world is Christians as a whole. So I would actually love to have that conversation.
100%, 100%. So I actually want to recently, within the last few months, Rev Carla started following me, and I really would like to do a panel, because it's one of my pet peeves, to be honest. I cannot stand to see people use Christianity or God as justification for their hate. I cannot stand. Yes, and the weaponization of religion. So this is where I stand on religion. I don't care what your religion is. I don't care what your faith is. I don't care any of that unless your religion is being used and weaponized to interfere with my rights or the rights of other people. Period. Once that happens, then I have a problem with you. Okay, 100%. Yeah, they do love it when I get in the Bible. They tell me I preach sometimes, but I don't know. But it's one of those things. So, but let me check really quickly for brand new updates, real quick. And just to reiterate,
I actually did see something I wanted to mention. So,
okay.
But I didn't want to interrupt. So, Iran responded to Trump's thing and said during the last 2 months, Trump has announced 38 times the agreement is imminent. Until the issue of possible understanding is not announced by Iran, any news of Trump in this field should be considered his previous messages. And this is according to Tasnim news agency.
What? She came home like that. When you brought her home last night, listen, if you'll let me finish, listen. She had a little red bump, and I asked her about it last night. She got bit. That's a reaction to the bug bite she had on her when she came home from your house last night. I gave her some already.
Okay.
According to Axios, sources said Iranian officials told several countries on Thursday that Tehran talks produced an agreement in principle, but the Supreme Leader Khamenei still needs to give final approval. The sources also noted that both the Iranians and Qataris had emphasized that the U.S. strikes overnight significantly increased Iranian suspicions about Trump's real intentions. According to 3 sources briefed on the talks, the Qataris and the Iranians believed on Wednesday that they had reached an agreed upon text that the U.S. would also accept. And then the third thing I saw was we have no knowledge of a deal, and we are puzzled that Iran's leadership approved of one. This is according to the Israeli Channel 12. And then according to Far's agency, Iran has not yet approved any agreement with the U.S.
I told
The
y'all.
reason I wanted to mention the 4 of these is because you've got Tanzim news agency, which is Iran, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got Axios, which is us, basically. Yep. And then you've got Israel, and then you've got the Far's news agency, which is, I'm not sure where Far's is.
Mm-hmm.
But they're all saying 4 different things.
Yes.
Literally.
And I'm going to tell you now, out of all the 4 things that are being said, I believe Iran over all them folks.
Crazy, right? Crazy that's where we are, is that. Because 20 years ago, it would have been like, oh, Iran's just playing us.
Because we didn't know what we now know.
Right.
Right. This is the thing, is that it is crazy that we have reached a place in the United States of America that I'm like, shit. I believe Iran. I believe China. I believe because we lie all the time, and we've lost everything. Hold on, there's another update that just happened. Well, ain't that shit. They doing too much today. What, did you need something or no? Okay, that's cool. Okay, yeah. So, and here's my thing. So, when people talk about, do we have to? So, here's the thing. If you guys desire, first, let me ask if you desire. Is she going to? Nicole? Hello? I'm talking to you.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my God.
What'd you say?
I'm asking you, is the other child going with you? Okay, did she say no? I'm just asking. Okay, I'm just asking. Okay, so listen, I'm down for this if you guys are down for this. So let me just ask. If you guys want to also go back real quick and do similar, but not entirely, but similar to the breakdown and the walkthrough of Iran to today, right? To how we got here, the U.S. government, the Brits, and Iran to here. I'm down to do that, documents and all. I just need to go to the bathroom first. And so if I have a mod, first of all, if you guys want to do that, please put a heart of some kind in the chat. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, I see the answer is always yes. Okay, so can I get a mod to do a mod announcement? And I don't even know. So if you're in my, can we find a way to oh, and so Morocco, Israel, are you still in here? Let me just before we get into Morocco, Israel, are you still here? Cam, if you can find out for me if Morocco, Israel is still like for real here, and they would like to come up to the panel, I'm happy to have them as an intermission. So be right back, folks.
Oh, I see them.
Yeah, I just want to see if they're really in here. They can come onto the panel when I get back. But I'll be right back.
Hello everybody. Welcome. Happy, what do we have here, Thursday? Welcome into Danny's Live. For those who celebrate, happy first day of the World Cup. Me and Frozo. Yeah, I guess I don't know, man. I don't know. Hey, Ramona. It's the World Cup. First game has just started a few minutes ago. Me and Carla are both rooting on Mexico. I think Frozo is going for South Africa. So, yes. I don't know. I can't think. I'm having a brain fart right now, but thanks everybody for being here. I was trying to do two things at once. So I think that's why I'm having a brain fart. Yes, Mexico. There we go. USA plays tomorrow.
Yeah. We don't get embarrassed. That's what I'm just hoping.
We got it. Yeah, USA plays tomorrow for our first game. Go Knicks. Yep, saw that. We got Mexico. Sorry, I'm like trying to, you know, I struggle with reading the chat and talking to you guys at the same time.
Cam, did you see the game last night?
I did not. I'm not really into basketball, but you know, I know it happened.
Talk about it. It was a thriller. Greatest comeback in NBA history.
And I've seen like clips, but I don't like watch, so I missed it.
They came back from 29 points down in the third quarter.
Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. But when's the next game?
I believe it's Friday night.
Game 5, probably, right? Or yeah, okay. I know this is not Sports Live for anyone who has just scrolled in here.
It's not a what live?
For anyone who has just scrolled in here in the last like 30 seconds, I promise this is not a Sports Live. I just I promise that the real woman of the show has returned.
Y'all are hilarious.
She's probably like, what are they talking about?
No, listen, if it's Cam, I would not be. I'm surprised y'all not talking about Love Island.
Well, that's the thing. If you before I hop off here,
See?
if you do love Love Island and you are a Love Island watcher, let me know privately in my TikTok DMs. and I'll add you to our TikTok group chat that we have.
They have a TikTok group chat for Love Island.
And we just casually chat about it there. But there's no episodes on Wednesdays. So yesterday, when you were live last night, it was nice because I was twiddling my thumbs afterwards. But it's going to be back tonight. And hopefully everyone who needed to voted for the right people. We had to vote for who we thought Jen was going to be with, who we thought... Oh, wait, I can't think of their names right now.
So listen, I just hope y'all vote as well in November, damn it. Take voting in November as seriously as y'all take voting for fucking Love Island.
Okay. Yes. That's why they need it. Well, see, I obviously vote. I do my thing, and everybody should be voting for the election. However, it does make it easy that they have a little app. The app makes it easy to do because you just...
So if you vote right now, then we can work on changing the voting system to make voting easier for you.
Yes. So,
if
you vote in November, your democratic, process can be a lot easier after that because we can change the election. So,
you want your glasses? Did you get your glasses, Sissy?
So if you love the way Love Island voting is, like Danny says, if you love how easy it is, then you can change it. So
DJ 1969, voting is rebellion. Let me just be clear. So this is what tickles me. Whenever people say things like, voting is not the answer, rebellion is. What the fuck? Rebellion is voting. And by the way, I can't. I'm just not even going to do that. But anyway, thank you so much for the mod announcement. Cam, I appreciate you holding space for me so we can dig in real quick. I am guessing that, oh no, he's still here. Let's see how this works. Okay. Let's see if this guest will join. Nope.
Okay. No. I think they were there when you stepped away. I don't know if they were.
Of course. Still. Well, I'm back now. Damn it! Come on. Morocco.Israel. Find your way to the request box again. I will make space for you. So just let me know.
You can drop me.
Okay.
I'm gonna go watch this game. I'm still listening a little bit, but
I know. Yeah. Thank you, Cam. All right. All right. So here we go. All right. So everybody take a deep breath because this has been a long live today with lots of detailed information. I don't know who that is. And so you know me, Mama Dukes, I never worry about anybody being in anybody else's live because, right. You on your laptop watching? I love that. All right. So if one of my mods sees him in the viewers, please go ahead and just send the request for me. Because I don't got time to scroll through absolutely everybody, but let's do it. Okay. So he tried to get his live taken down. So none of those things are ever successful in this space. And the reason why is, so when you're someone like me that doesn't debate people's opinions and all of that, but reads historical documents, the AI knows. Like the system knows that I'm literally reading. Whose live was I in the other day? Y'all, I was in somebody else's live. I was on somebody else's panel. And the people that were talking, all of a sudden at the very bottom, it said there was a warning about giving reliable sources, something. No, it wasn't T-Dubs. It was somebody else's. And it did that while a couple of people were speaking. And then when it was my turn and I started speaking and I was going off whatever, all of a sudden the warning went away at the bottom of TikTok. And somebody said, see, the whole thing went away when Danny started talking because I'm referencing actual verifiable historical documents and information. And as soon as you Google it, as soon as you look up the thing that I'm saying, you're going to find the thing that I'm saying. So I'm not arguing with you about my opinion. And I think that this is something that's really important that we have to start doing in these conversations with each other and with people is I'm not arguing with you about your opinion about a thing. Like you can have an opinion about what you believe or when you believe something happened, right? But if I pull up the damn document of when it happened and it tells you in the document why it happened, when it happened, who agreed to it happening. I'm not arguing with you. I am no longer arguing with aggressive ignorance. I'm not doing it. Okay. So what I will do is I'm going to bring up 2 or 3 more people. You watched what documentary, Jaden? What documentary are you referring to? Because we haven't been discussing a documentary, so I'm not sure what you're referring to. Yeah, see, Mama Dukes. I just remember it happening. Jaden, what documentary are you referring to? Because we haven't talked about a documentary today at all. No, we're not talking about the hantavirus. Nope, it's not on the agenda. Let me do a quick pulse check over here on the YouTube, Facebook, Substack, Twitch side of the world. Can you, if you guys are over there, because I'm not seeing comments. I haven't seen comments for 30 minutes over there, so I'm not sure if the system is having issues or not. But if you can drop something so that I can see if things are still going over there, that would be great. Yeah, no, that's why we're not. Yeah. Because it doesn't look like it is, so I'm going to shut down over here. If you are still watching, but I can't see, the system might be messed up, just come join us over on TikTok, okay? I appreciate you guys, and I will see you.